Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority thing.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Won't you guess my name?
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done on other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, are you ready for this schedule? It's killing me. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Mike, am waiting patiently as I possibly can. Listen, the leaks are cool. I think the league has come down on a lot of these teams from over the last, 5, 6, 7 years because you're not getting as much as we normally do because the NFL knows they want to draw an audience tonight, Mike. They want people to be tuned into this schedule release, which will happen, at 8 o'clock, and we'll get more throughout the course of the day. But normally, and I'm just being honest with you guys, right now, Mike and I come in here, we got like 7 games. Right. We normally are all over this, and this year, that is not the case. And I think a lot of teams are on lockdown. I spoke with a buddy of mine trying to get some info from another team, not even the Falcons, and he was like, can't help you, man. And I was like, come on.
Yeah, and usually our guy who is he's a sort of does finances and does a lot of financial work for a couple of football players, and he's friends with a couple of former Falcons. And usually, Carl, our source this time of the year, Deep Falcon, we call him, as opposed to Deep Throat, would be giving us a good chunk of the. And I think 3 years ago we had the whole thing. And same thing, radio silence. I guess upon penalty of being excommunicated, so nobody's talking.
It's all good. It'll make for an exciting night, and we'll be all over it and talking about it throughout the course of the evening. So make sure you follow us, Mike Bell, ATL. Put them up, see Dukes, and the radio show, Dukes and Bell 929. I will say this, though. As the schedule is slowly, again, getting traction, we know our first 2 games now, right? We know it's Carolina, and we know it's the Green Bay Packers.
Packers schedule leaked, so I'm happy about the before they start the season.
Well,
I got to be honest with you.
So, Mike, here's
just based on things changing, we don't know who's going to be what, but just my initial impression was okay. It could be a lot tougher.
Oh,
right?
absolutely. No. I mean, again, if we start with the Jets and the anticipation of that, and a much better quarterback, we are potentially starting, and we don't know because of Bryce Young and we'll see. I still don't buy any of that, okay? You don't invest this much, make a trade, give up the draft capital you gave up to have a guy sit, and when you don't have that guy in the building. But with that said, starting a rookie quarterback against us, and then you turn around and you start Jordan Love, who he's not a rookie, but he's not proven. And so the thing for me, Mike, is with the Falcons, we can waste no time. Even not knowing what the rest of the schedule looks like, we cannot roll into this season and feel like, well, maybe by week 6 we'll feel better about things. We need to come out steamrolling.
Right.
Last year we started really well in that game against the Saints. We ultimately lost by 1 point. And I would tell you guys, again, does that game come back to bite us if we would have had a chance to maybe win this division? Think about how the season played out last year. Now, do we do anything in the playoffs if we get there last year? Probably not. Marcus Mariota again. Quit. You know the story. But, Mike, we can't wait around. And I think now, as we see at least the first 2 games, I'm rubbing my hands together like, hey, let's roll.
As we said yesterday, when I was breaking down our opponents with a .417 winning percentage, there's some teams out there in a real state of transition. Teams that, look, you didn't get the top picks by being good last year, and so some of those teams are on our schedule. So when you look at it, you want to start off, as Carl said, with momentum. And the most important thing, get Ritter confidence. Games where Ritter gets some confidence, we win these games, score 24 points or more, and everybody's blabbing about, hey, we found our quarterback and everything's good.
That's the key. So I don't want to hear about, well, Dukes and Bell, we'll see. I mean, maybe by week 5 we'll know. No. Let him come out.
Right.
Let him throw it around. Let's get Bijan the ball. Let's get Pitts the ball. Let's get London the ball. Let's roll. There's no reason to think it's going to take that long for this thing to get going. And if you feel that way, then this is when we'll be having that conversation at the end of next season, Mike, where we go, well, you guys said it'd take 3 or 4 or 5 weeks before we really got a chance to see anything. I don't think it takes that long.
No, I do think this team has got to look. I know that you can add a lot of pieces, and sometimes when people spend on free agency, it doesn't always come together. But I think you got a good coaching staff. I think I like what we've done in the offseason. I think there was some issues where maybe some of the younger players, especially in the pass rush, maybe weren't getting as coached like they should have.
Yep.
And I think those were some departures that were maybe needed. And now you got some fresh blood, fresh approach, and more importantly, veteran guys will help the younger guys. But you're talking 8 players on that defensive line between edge rushers, outside linebackers, inside tackles. That's more depth than we've had in years, even years we went to the Super Bowl. So that's going to help on defense. Guys, we've got dudes that could start for other teams right now, maybe sitting on the bench when it comes to our secondary. When's the last time you can say that about the Falcons?
It's been a while, Mike. It is Dukes and Bell. We have a new phone number, guys, 404-726-0929, okay? 404-726-0929. If you had us locked in, make sure you lock in the new number. We'll be reminding you, but we have changed numbers. Same great shows, same great station, just a brand new number. So 404-726-0929. Coming up, we're going to talk more about the Braves, obviously, and last night. But as we await this schedule, again, it's the top of the mind kind of thing right now when everybody's trying to see when their teams are going to play. And specifically, when are we playing our rival, the Saints? Mike, right. Where are we going on the road? We know who we're playing on the road, but when are we going on the road? And I know you're not thinking about this, but that bye week is important. And if it comes super early, because we got the London game, right, which it might after the London game.
So that'd be week 5. I hate that. See, that's
a long season.
We've
Mike.
had buys that have come too early and too late the last couple of years. Obviously, you want them just around Thanksgiving. That's ideal, halfway point, but we never seem to get that with this team. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see. If the good. Now, here's the other thing. If we are good, better than expected, we may find ourselves flexed into some games that maybe be in prime time. And that's exciting. Maybe we wind up on a Thursday. They said you gave you 2 Thursday night games, maybe a Sunday night game. National TV. Let's find out.
All right. We certainly want to hear from you on the Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. And again, guys, you can watch the show. We are on Twitch, ATL 929 The Game, and on YouTube at 929 The Game as well. As you heard Andy and Randy talk about some of the things that Ray Young said to us yesterday, if you missed the entire interview, it's online at Odyssey.com. But we're just alluding to it. We'll talk more about it as we move along today. But a lot of people hit us up last night. Number one, you guys enjoyed it. I think you felt like you got something out of it with Ray coming on the show and talking to us about all these different things. And then 2, Mike, I think the overwhelming response was, man, this has made me feel better. This has made me feel better about where this team potentially is going to go.
Right. And, guys, we've gone back and forth. And, look, Trey – if Trey wanted to yell at me about something because he misunderstood where I was coming from, that's fine. And again, I want this team, everybody to play to their ultimate. I think Trey has turned a corner with Quinn. If you heard the conversation with Ray, his dad, Ray kind of agreed. Everyone kind of just assumed that Trey had arrived. Like, he was now the new Steph Curry after the 2021 season, and there was still some work to be done, both with his game and how he approached things. And I think things are really in a good spot with the new coach. Our only problem is we don't have bona fide scorers that Trey can turn the ball to in a situation when he gets doubled. So that's something that the brain trust has got to work on. But I think the foundation is strong, as Andy just told us. I'm excited, and I think that Trey is excited about being here. Guys, here's some bevs. I think everybody now in America, you get a little adversity or they sense some adversity. Oh, he's out. He's out. Right, Carl? He bought a house in L.A. He's going to play for the Lakers.
Yeah.
Okay. First off, the Lakers couldn't trade. The Lakers would have to go back in time to give us assets. All right? Seriously. We need James Worthy, and we might need, Bob McAdoo. They don't have the assets.
Scott.
Seriously. Spencer Haywood, if he's clean. We need there be some assets. They ain't got it. Trey, millionaires, zillionaires have houses all over the country. So there's nothing. But that's the kind of stuff people get in their bag about and they think he wants out. He doesn't want out. He wants to build right here.
Yeah, I think, too, this was probably, and maybe he'll admit this to us down the road, probably his toughest season. Rookie years are always tough because there's an adjustment, and his dad even talked about that. But, Mike, in a year where there is expectations and you got guys coming back that you're familiar with and it goes and then all of a sudden the pressure mounts and everybody's talking about how you are not shooting the ball as well as you were. And then the coach gets fired and everybody says it's your fault, whether it was or wasn't or however that played out. And then you get a new coach and you don't even really discuss what has happened with the organization. I think this may have been his toughest year. And the team was underachieving. We were a 500 team. So all this was mounting on Trey. And that's what happens when you're the star. You get all the glory, guys, but you get all the blame when things are going bad. And so I don't know, as things move forward, Hopefully we won't have to worry about seasons like this again, but I think this may have been his toughest one, and we saw it come out and play out in various ways.
But at the end of the year, you saw the excellence come out. You saw the clutch come out, the Trey that we talked about, in that sort of amazing run in 2020. Well, look, he also got us into the playoffs last year with the wins over Charlotte, the big game in Cleveland when we came from behind. I think people sometimes forget about that. And then this year, if we got another couple of scores, or at least one guy, Carl, I knew what I was getting from every night, Boston is showing they were eminently beatable without Udoka as the head coach.
True.
And unfortunately, look, I don't know where the Sixers series, I still think Sixers are going to win this one, but we could have been, we could have beaten Boston. Just need more guys that can put the ball in the basket.
Coming up, you didn't want him anymore. And last night he was better than our guy. We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
So last night we got to the bullpen start. Dylan Lee was not the issue. It was the back half of the bullpen. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Here's the crazy thing. And I said this to Turtle, our producer, and we were talking about this, and he said something to me, and I'll repeat it here in a second, Mike. But I said, Kenley Jansen picks up his 400th save last night. He's in elite territory, okay? We kind of forget about the 12 years he was the Dodgers guy, and then he came here, and he was really good. As a matter of fact, he led the league in saves. But I said, we wanted Jansen out of here. And Turtle said to me, yeah, because it wasn't pretty. Because we had come off of a guy in Will Smith where we were nervous and anxious, and it wasn't pretty, but he got the job done. And then Jansen came in here, and it wasn't pretty. And I said, you're right. But, last night is another example of, hey, I'm not telling you that they made the wrong decision. Again, they had locked up Raisel Iglesias for this role, Mike. This is why they went and got him. But I got to give Jansen his due, man. I mean, when you talk about the all-time saves leader and Mariano Rivera, you're talking about 600-plus saves. This guy's got 400. He's pretty damn good. Right. And last night, I think, Mike, you saw it play out in a situation where we won't see the Red Sox. He comes in, he's playing here again, and he ends up getting a save and strike going through four guys and getting another save here. And our bullpen caved.
Yeah, and Iglesias got 158 saves in his career. A couple of big seasons, 34 with the Reds, 34 with the Angels. He was brought in to be the setup man and the heir apparent. Just Kenley Jansen had a lot of wobbles last year, and I think as you get older, look, all relief pitchers go through it. I mean, I just didn't want to go through that again this year. And I said, look, if he can muster some juice, good for him. But I still think we're betting on the come. But, yeah, Murphy's Law last night, he gets the save, and Iglesias gives up 2 runs. I mean, the bullpen, anybody not named Dylan Lee was not sharp last night for the Braves.
Yeah. Can we hear Snit talking about Travis d'Arnaud being back? It was his first game, by the way. We end up losing to the Red Sox. Braves led the National League in OPS, which is slugging and on base, and they didn't score a run against Boston starter last night until Acuna went deep. Here is Snit talking about d'Arnaud.
Yeah, he looked good. He wasn't rusty. I mean, he did a great job, like I knew he would. Had some good at-bats and got through 9 innings. He didn't catch 9 innings there, but I thought he did it was very encouraging the way he held up.
Well, we're going to need him. That's just part of this. And I know they're being very cautious about the concussion stuff, but we're going to need him. But here's Snit Mike talking about going through, the bullpen game, but we didn't score enough. And part of this is, okay, well, give credit where credit's due. Boston's pitching was really good last night. That's the first time I felt like we got shut down per se. We really just didn't do the things that we normally do.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, we handled it all. We just didn't score enough runs, obviously, but yeah, got through it really, in good shape.
Yeah, the bottom of the 6th, they finally got to Bayo. You talked about the Acuna home run. And then, Rosario, another clutch RBI for him last night. And, okay, it's all tied, 2-2. All right, we're rolling. And then Minter comes in. And then he puts some ducks on the pond. Then Anderson comes in, gets Devers a strikeout, which is big. And then, who's this? Tilapia? Who's this guy?
I don't know.
Yeah, Tapia. He doubles to right. And then all the air kind of goes out of the bag last night. And then it was kind of downhill from there.
Jansen, by the way, first reliever since Detroit's Francisco Rodriguez in 2016 to reach 400 saves. So it's been a minute. And that's why the clubhouse was closed for about 20 minutes last night for the Red Sox as they celebrated this 400 save with him. They didn't let reporters in immediately as they normally do about 10 minutes after. So congratulations, man. Kenley Jansen, he was good for us, but it's just the irony of all of that to play out. And now the 7th Major League pitcher in the history of the game to have 400 saves.
I had a couple of guys coming to me last night. Should Rosario not try to get to second? Like, you take the base. If the throw comes to home, you try to get to second. It just didn't pan out. That's aggressive Braves baseball. There's nothing wrong with that. And then there was a couple. Who was it? Was it Ronald or was it Murphy that hit the ball that Verdugo nearly blew? It was like a line drive right at him, and it nearly went over his head in right field. That could have been the start of something. But they had some big balls that were hit hard. But you split this mini game. You got 2 more with Boston up later this summer. But yeah, just frustrating. I just hate bullpen starts. It just because you don't know what you're going to get. And McHugh wasn't sharp, and Minter wasn't sharp, and obviously Iglesias maybe it was rust or whatever. And by the way, you want your closer in there, but it's not a closed situation because some guys say you don't put him in that spot anyway.
Yeah, it's all about the manager, man. Sometimes that happens, and you go, "Well, why did you use him tonight?" And they usually always have a really good answer. By the way, we may not agree with it, but it has to do with workload and. Hey, I got to think about the next couple of games and who I'm thinking about going with, especially with these bullpen starts. I hear you. I hate it. I don't like it.
And the logic being, and I get it. I'm sure there's somebody will hit me with an analytics argument on this, but the idea being that, okay, if you bring another relief pitcher in, he does his job, and you can score a run, then your best pitcher can be in for extra innings potentially or what? Who knows? Either way, he wasn't sharp. Whatever the circumstances were, he didn't do his job.
Yeah, you talked about Bello. Here's Snit talking about he was impressed with the young man.
He's got a good arm. I've never seen him before. He's got a live arm. Got a good assortment.
Yeah, and that is why we had troubles getting on base and scoring runs.
Arm. Got a good assortment.
Thanks, Snit. Off day today. Toronto is up next. Strider will be on the hill to start that 3-game series. But, Mike, here's the bigger thing, and this is what we were talking about. These bullpen starts, this is not, I'm hoping this is not going to be the norm, right?
Every fifth day we're doing this. That's not optimal, especially if your other pitchers, as we said, Morton, I think, is definitely in better form than last season. But the odd chance it's one of those games where Strider somehow, guys are fouling off a lot of pitches and his pitch count elevates. He only goes through 5 minutes. It wears down your bullpen. And we've had a tremendous bullpen the last 6 seasons, if we're honest. But this is going to be tough. That's why it's still early to trade for somebody, and I'm curious to see how Alex will monitor this and when eventually they do start talking to people, because you just don't know when your two or your best 3 pitchers are going to come back.
Turtle was just saying Iglesias hadn't pitched since Sunday.
He was a little rusty. It looked like it.
Workload. I mean, this is what we're, it depends on how a manager views this, and if you want to run a guy out there every certain amount of days, even if you've been winning, like if you're on a win streak, your closer's not usually run out there. So that was probably why he used him last night. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're talking about our Braves. The best situation would be for, again, like Dodd and Schuster to come up here
and ball out
and stay. That would be the ideal situation. Turtle, let's hear that soundbite from Brian Snitker, because he was asked about it, about Dodd and Schuster, and this way you're not worried about these kinds of bullpen games where it just kind of, even if you get off to a good start, and then you're going, okay, where do we go from here? It's almost like you're putting a puzzle together. Here's Snit.
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how important it'll be. We're looking ahead now to Friday.
Okay. Can't argue with that, Snit.
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
You don't know if Dodd or Schuster coming up here to stay as a starter would be better for the team right now?
I don't know.
Yes, you do.
I mean, he does. He just, for whatever reason, doesn't want to play his hand on that one. And, it's a shame. This could have been a really great year for Ian Anderson to prove it that he deserves to stay in the show, but he gets Tommy John. We've talked about it's kind of rains, but it pours this year with the pitching staff.
I don't know.
You're aware of it.
Yes, you do, Snit. And by the way, I'm not freaking out. I don't think Mike's freaking out. You shouldn't freak out. We're going to be fine. It's just how they're going to maneuver through this.
It just, however you want to quantify it, 10, 15, 20% harder now because you don't have 2 of your 5 starters. A guy that won 20 games, your ace. I know Strider's become everybody's number 1 fave, but guys that contributed to you winning that division again are out, and you don't have any which way to guarantee you can, replace that production.
Cody says, put him up, see Dukes. Minter's got 4 losses. How long is it going to continue?
Well, as we said, he wobbles. That's.
I don't know.
He had 7 saves. He had 2 blown saves this last season. So Minter,
it's not coming off of it.
No, Minter wears you out. Minter can make you almost as aggravating as Luke Jackson 3 years ago. Luke Jackson obviously was really good last year, but Minter, I don't know about you guys, I'm ready to throw a brick at the TV. Now the umpire does. See, this is what happens. It's those one moments, and I know I'm getting wonkish on this, but if you watched it last night, first at bat, they squeeze Minter on the first call strike, and then everything else just kind of multiplies from there. And it's like, here we go.
But it's mental, though, right?
Right. But when you're Minter and you're missing with that stuff, and now you're feeling squeezed, and he couldn't keep it in the strike zone. So it's just frustrating. He's got velocity. I wonder I think he's enough of a veteran where he doesn't get his confidence shook. But sometimes you do get a little nervous when he pops out of the bullpen.
Cody, I just simply responded to that's his role. And until it's not his role, then that's when Snit will decide, hey, we're going to have somebody else in that role. That's his role. Problem is 3 of those have come as a closer, right?
Yeah, again, he had 3. You're exactly right. This was one where he's a picture of record when they make it 3-2.
Right.
And it's Minter's got an ERA at 7.5, 7.55 right now. So that's got to change. That's sending Minter down. They got to work through it. So Kranitz will work with him. That's one of those years, again, you could use Matzik this year. Not available.
That's right.
So this is just one where, see, that's the thing. If Minter continues to struggle, you got to add that to the list. We always add a closer, or check that. We always add a relief pitcher or a setup man, usually at the trade deadline. It's just we got to get through these next 2 months and not blow this division.
All right, 404-726-0929. That is our new line, and we invite you to still text us. You can still call the show. It's just a new number, guys, 404-726-0929. All right, coming up, we're going to get to some headlines. NBA playoffs continue. Something happened last night I don't think we expected. And is he hurt again? It's Dukes and Bell.
to more Dukes and Bell.
How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
By the way, we don't normally comment about the comeback music, but rejoin stuff. I'm at Shake Shack, Fort Lauderdale Airport, coming back from the Miami Grand Prix. This is rocking at like 7:45 in the morning, and like people are kind of dragging. It's a Monday, and it was funny to watch people that were Delta employees, airport employees, young, old, everybody kind of a little pep in their step, tapping along on the counter, eating their breakfast sandwich.
Yeah.
And that's the way it is.
Ready for it? Huh! All those old school hip hop songs, they all have. Huh!
So I look at Becky, I'm like, I haven't heard this song in like 30 years, man.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
That was that song, and I'm gonna tell you the other Run DMC song, and I don't know why. I have a vivid memory of being a kid, and there was a guy, his name was Greg Willis.
Okay.
And there were 5 Willis brothers. And Greg was, I think, the second oldest. And he's walking down the street playing rock box on one of those old school, what do they call them? A ghetto blaster.
That's a ghetto blaster.
And
he's got a ghetto blaster.
And he's walking down the street. And I remember that was when I was like, what is that?
When I hear that song, that reminds me of like, I think probably junior high or senior high baseball on the bus, like on a road trip, and play that on the boombox because I was in charge of the ghetto blaster.
Well, I say that because I told Mike I was looking for a retro boombox like the one I had growing up. I had one of these huge and we go to the courts, we go play ball, wherever. And I'd take the box with me. And it'd be like, Dukes, you got the box? And I'd bring this box, and we just blast it. And I'm like, you know what? I'd love to have one of those. So I started looking at him, and I told Mike, we were laughing in here one day because Mike, I told him, I said, all I keep seeing is ghetto blaster.
I just looked it up, 83, so that would have been spring of 83, so my 9th or 10th grade year. So that would be school trips, football team, that would be in the mix.
Yeah. I'm, how old am I? 8? So yeah, that's why I'm like, what is that?
It's like that, and that's the way it is.
You want a little comparison? For us in the football locker room, it was the Carter 3 by Lil Wayne.
There you go.
There you go.
See, there you go. Now, and again, that's when that's the early years of hip hop, man. I mean, like,
right. I mean, Sugar Hill Gang, and then, as we were on my senior year, Beastie Boys. It was Beastie Boys on, and you could not walk a minute without hearing a Beastie Boys song.
I just saw one of their performances on like, it was like VH1 or something, and they had one of these flashbacks, and you just forget. Oh, it was so good. I'm just sitting here.
But that's why sometimes when we do guy talk and we come out of break, I'm like, yeah, boy. That was Coach Poveromo used to get a rise out of us. You can tell it was a crappy practice. He goes, bring it in, and he drops it. He goes, yeah, boy. I was like, holy crap, Coach is doing Public Enemy. So it's just kind of funny, and so we always like to have a lot of fun. If you're new to the show, it's the tunes here on Dukes and Bell.
Love your input, guys, as we are talking about our Braves. A lot of guys saying last night, it's not the regular, so they can live with one of those L's, but guys not concerned yet about Minter, but maybe we become concerned. Remember, he was closing to start the season. Right. That's not his role.
Not anymore. They gave him that job. They tried to give him that job years ago. I remember him coming in from Thunderstruck, and they dimmed the lights to Truist. And
when Game of Thrones was big, and they was like, Minter is coming.
And look, he is a guy in the setup role, and I think he's comfortable there. But last night, it just, look, and by the way, Red Sox, they're a team that's a good hitting team. Yep. They've got everybody from the Dodgers in that trade, and those guys are good. And you saw it last night. They're disciplined. They have some pretty good at-bats.
All right, guys, more to get to. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up next hour, Mike Sando's going to join us. He covers the NFL for The Athletic, one of their lead writers, and we'll talk about the schedule drop, man. Again, we said this when we started the show. It's a little bit tighter, and I think that this is coming from the league, not necessarily the teams, but all the stuff that we're getting is literally these little bitty leaks, but it's nothing that we could piece this schedule together like we have in years past. So it may not be until this evening when we get the actual full look at the schedule, but we do know how we start, and I think there'll be a few more leaks here before Mike and I get done tonight at 7, so make sure you stay tuned. Hey, behind the glass, our man, Big Bo, he's our engineer. Turtle, executive producing. Let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
Hitting the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
Mike, let's start with some NBA because I didn't think the Knicks would respond. I didn't.
No, and guys, when Julius Randle goes, maybe we're just not into that. They was remember asking, what was the quote, Chris? It was like, maybe Miami's more into it than we are, which doesn't exactly instill a lot of confidence in Knicks fans. But they still go to the Garden, and they brought the energy, and the crowd was feeding off all out of big three-point attempts. Jimmy Buckets was still making some unbelievable shots. If you didn't see it last night, they brought in that kid, was it Duncan Robinson?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, he's bombing threes. The Knicks nearly gave the game away, but for what it's worth, Julius Randle does go for 24, but Brunson was the story with 38.
Here's the final call. Knicks win. Now, they got to go back to Miami, but this series is not over.
1 second, that's it. We're going to Game 6, Friday in Miami. The Knicks season stays alive. Brunson plays all 48. Grimes plays all 48. And the Garden rocking tonight. Final score, Knicks 112, Miami 103 in Game 5.
Now, the thing you and I have talked about a lot with the Hawks, we were just talking about our conversation with Ray Young yesterday, is this maturity, which apparently takes forever in the NBA. R.J. Barrett is having big moments now for the Knicks.
True.
A couple of big threes last night. He was a big contributor, and he was drafted right before DeAndre Hunter.
True.
Man, of course, Cam Reddish was then drafted 6 spots after that, and he's gone. He wanted out of here. They obliged him, but maybe DeAndre starts to pop because a lot of Knicks fans are ready to get rid of R.J. like yesterday.
You're right. He's been better than DeAndre Hunter, though.
Yes.
He's been better, especially the last 2 seasons.
But both guys had streaks of inconsistency for the first couple of years.
You're right. Here's Jalen Brunson, by the way. Kobe said this years ago about what's there to be happy about. It's not over. Brunson emulated that last night.
Nothing really to celebrate. We obviously won, and I get to see another day. So this is great, but we got to go get one down there.
He played all 48 minutes. That's just telling,
Right.
Thibodeau, don't take me out. Well, I don't care what happens tonight. If we're going to win, you cannot take me out. And he didn't. Now, meanwhile, we talked about this. Golden State guys, it looks bad, but that's a championship pedigree team, and they're not going away quietly. Steph Curry was hot. As a matter of fact, when he hit this shot, Mike, in the second quarter, I was like, they're going to win tonight.
They want a screen. Nobody's coming up the screen. Curry will go one-on-one with Walker with 3, with 2. Backs up into a 3. It's up and good! At the buzzer! Golden State will take an 11-point lead into the locker room at halftime.
Yeah, I felt like it was done.
Yeah, you and I don't want to put your business on the street. I bet both games. I took the Heat. I thought the Heat were going to close out the Knicks.
Yeah.
So I pushed, and I just felt the Warriors were going to win this game, send it back to L.A., which they did. And now LeBron, maybe rested, can go back there and finish him off.
It's going to be interesting. Now, listen, AD apparently got a head injury last night. Okay?
And here we go.
LeBron James was talking about the head injury. He was asked about it. Again, don't know if he won't be available for Game 6, but if he's not, and they tie it up,
that's all you need. Now all bets are off. Going. See, this is the thing. I mean, you don't start doing the Chris Paul stuff where every playoff now something pops. If it's concussion protocol, that's a whole other animal.
It is,
and it's beyond your control.
Here's LeBron on AD and the head injury.
I didn't see the shot. I just seen the aftermath, but the medical team seems to say he's doing better. So, that's what matters the most.
So
he's a difference maker.
I've seen the memes, and the guy sent me one today. They did the skit off of Friday where the guys are on the porch. You guys remember the brother in the wheelchair in Friday, or excuse me, Boys in the Hood, and they've got AD and his face as that character in the wheelchair. It's funny.
Well, remember it was who got wheeled off the court in. Paul Pierce.
Yeah.
Paul Pierce when he pooped himself in that little like it looks like the mini scooter kind of thing that you get at the airport. In this case, Shaq and Charles last night, if you watch the NBA, I know they're not supposed to laugh, but they couldn't stop laughing at Anthony Davis getting wheeled off.
It was funny.
In the wheelchair.
It was, man. We'll see if he's available. Meanwhile, Steve Kerr was talking about LeBron flopping, and LeBron took offense.
I just know that our coaching staff and us players, we don't work on flopping. That's not even a part of our game. Our game is to attack the paint. We don't mind physical contact. We actually like the contact, and we don't shy away from it.
Kerr, by the way, went in last night talking about the NBA, and that's why LeBron was saying we don't work on flopping. But Kerr was just saying, hey, the Lakers are doing a lot of flopping, and I wish the league would look at this, even more so than they have. So give them credit. Right. But the fact is, the league, we're going to reward that type of play, and he's talking about flopping.
Yeah, I just thought LeBron at times does it, and it just when a guy of his stature, like when Embiid, or a guy of Embiid's physical stature, that's what makes it so funny. It's one thing if it's like a forward or even like a 2-guard, but when it's a 7-footer, it just looks silly.
It does. I totally agree. It's Dukes and Bell, our headline segment brought to you by our friends at ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well. Meanwhile, we're awaiting more info on the schedule, Mike. Now, we do know, again, a few things. The defending champs are going to open Thursday night against the Lions. Now, if you're going, whoa, that's a stinker, you didn't watch the Lions.
Lions are on the up and coming.
They won 8 of their last 10. They had one of the best offensive teams in the league. And Ben Johnson is an up-and-coming star. He will be a head coach here soon. So I think you may not be giving the Lions their credit, Mike. That might be 42-38 kind of game, depending on how things shake out. But I like that. That's going to open up the season, guys. September 7th, 8:20. That's the Thursday night opener. They'll have the big music act and all the things that go along.
It is a little unusual to see a team of the Lions caliber because, again, they're a team which, as you said, you're betting on the come, but usually it's somebody from the playoffs, if not a rematch. We do get the rematches. The one thing you and I discussed yesterday, a lot of guys agree. I saw it on Good Morning Football today on the NFL Network. It's not a good idea to put the Bengals and the Chiefs together on New Year's Eve when you're going to see me. You may see them again in 3 weeks or less.
Yeah.
When you see your players give all that they have and you lose that way, it's tough.
That was his first season.
But we get Carolina, and then we get the Packers, and then we don't know week 3, and then we know we're in London taking on the Jaguars, and so maybe we'll find a leak. But as Carl said, with the exception of a few teams, it's been basically loose lips sink ships and lose media availability.
All right, guys, coming up, NFL Blitz is on the way. He pled guilty, and we don't know how long he's going to spend in prison. We'll talk about that, and there's a lot of other things going on around the league we'll fill you in on next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We hope you're having a great day. It's Dukes and Bell. It's going to be a great day when this thing is all said and done because we get the schedule release. Now, we do know there are at least 4 games that we know right now, okay? I'm going to lay them out for you. And I'm talking about our Falcons. Right now, we know we open up against Carolina, okay? These are things that have been revealed already. Bryce Young, Carolina Panthers, that's how we open up the schedule. Week 2, it's Green Bay at the Benz, okay? They're coming to the ATL, which will probably be a Fox noon game. We'll see. Or 3 o'clock. We'll see.
Here's the thing. By the way, will the Packers fans travel?
Absolutely.
But with Jordan Love, like
Absolutely.
they do with Aaron Rodgers?
Absolutely.
Be interesting to see.
Yeah, I think, Mike.
I mean, it's a heritage team like the Cowboys and the Bears and everything, but it'll be interesting to see if it's as much interest with that guy under center.
Packer fans are ready to move on.
Right.
They're ready to turn the page. And I think in support of Aaron not being there, they're going to support whatever this is going to be.
Right.
Week 4 at Jacksonville in London. We know that because the international schedule has been released. So Carolina, Packers, week 4. We don't know about week 3 yet. And then you fast forward all the way to the end of the season where it looks like, Mike, week 18, we're going to be at the Saints. Those are the games we know about right now. Everything else is in flux as far as.
So is that New Year's Eve weekend or that early first weekend?
Week 18, I think, is in January.
Right.
Right? Because week 18, I think, is in January. So that would probably be the first week.
I always
January.
I always like New Orleans in the late fall, early winter because it doesn't smell as much, and then you can enjoy the walk. No, I mean you could do the 48 hours without that horse poop, dry urine, and puke smell.
Yeah.
And then enjoy yourself and dine out, al fresco outdoors.
Well, you know what though? I mean, we always say this: whether it's them coming to us or us going there, whether it's week 17 or 18, usually that game is meaningful.
Correct.
We're talking about the division. Maybe we have to beat them. Maybe we need them to, we need to beat them or they need to beat us to possibly win this division. It always seemingly means something, which is why they did this a few years ago, guys, where they moved these division games to the end of the year because they didn't want teams basically sitting guys in division games that matter. So we see a lot of that.
Right. That's why that Bengals-Chiefs game was kind of an outlier, a little strange. Hey, yesterday we had some numbers. A lot of guys are doing all their breakdowns of the rosters now that they've been in between free agency and the draft. You know what you got. Mike Clay, who's an NFL insider, he had the wide receiver group next to last. And I said, well, look, you got to consider Pitts kind of a quasi-wide receiver. But, we don't really have the dude other than Drake London, some would say. But you know what's really interesting, Carl? NFL interior defensive lineman unit ranks and depth charts. Falcons stand at number 3.
Really?
3. Behind the Giants and the 49ers. 49ers who got Javon Hargrave that I wanted.
Yeah.
They got obviously some tremendous guys inside. But looking at our rotation, Jarrett, Calais Campbell, Onyemata, Taquan Graham, Eddie Goldman puts us 3rd. See, I know that some of those names are not household, but this is depth we haven't had. Depth you've got to have. Why teams that went to the Super Bowl have those types of depth to stay fresh. So how about that? Something that we didn't. I don't think we've ever been that high in that category as far as interior D line.
No, it's more of a reinforcing thing, Mike, where you talk about did we do the right things in free agency?
Correct.
That's what that is. That's we got to see how they play, but that is more about. This is how we spend our money. This is where we were determined to get better. We're going to see how it shakes out. But the depth is key, man. There's no doubt about it. It's Dukes and Bell. It's Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, guys. Again, new number, new calling number at 404-726-0929. So you guys can still get at us so many ways. Follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up, see Dukes. And this radio show, Dukes and Bell 929. One thing Mike came in today, he was talking about this. He put it out there on social media. We now know it was a black snake that was in your yard, correct? That was climbing up the house?
A rat snake, some call it. A couple of guys hit me back. Chip Towers follows me on Twitter from the AJC and Dog Nation. He said, no, don't kill it. And again, I've been now, this is my 3rd spring living in the country, and I've killed the wrong snake 2 other springs. I don't want to make that mistake a 3rd time, Carl.
Yeah.
I'm sure somewhere in the world that's bad luck. But in this case, you're the outdoor expert. You told me to kill it.
Well, listen, I'm just a believer that the only good snake is a dead snake, Mike. So
this snake, according to the experts and our followers on Twitter, apparently eats and combats.
Rats.
And also copperheads.
Okay.
So that's a good snake beating a bad snake.
So I had that snake in my yard a few years back, just chilling, sunbathing.
Right.
And
because it's a reptile.
Yeah, because Mikey, my terrier, was like, hey, I'll kill you! I'll kill you! And I'm like, what is going on back here? And I walked behind. We had a shed in the back, and I walked behind, and he's just out there, big guy. And I was like, let me go get the shovel. I'm going to take care of this. And literally, I did the same thing. Sent the pictures out, and people were like, no, let him live. And I came back maybe 15 minutes later. He was gone.
Right.
So I don't know where he went. My backyard is like a forest, so I have no idea. But the point is, Mike, I don't have any critters. I don't have things running around back there.
Now, last year I had the copperhead, and and by the time you answered my call and turned back to me, you're like, you're going to kill this thing. So by the time I went to the garage to get the shovel, it was gone. So this guy apparently is a good snake who, unless, of course, he gets them in your attic, in which case that would be bad. But then again, you got no critters in your attic because the snake's up there living good. Yeah. I don't know. But anyway, more on this in Guy Talk and experts. You can go to Mike Bell ATL, look at the photo, and give us your expert or just analysis.
Analysis, man. And by the way, for y'all, for the people I hear right now, y'all got snakes. You do too. You just haven't seen them. We live in the woods. Right. Have you looked around? This is where we live.
Now, by the way, Carl I will give you some credit on this. Operation Golden Shower was a huge success a couple of years ago when we had armadillos invading the perimeter. And then anytime someone would come to the house or have a beer, I'm like, well, here's a red Solo cup. Go do your business and pour it in the armadillo holes. And that did eradicate the armadillos. So nice job.
Yeah, man. Lots of experience, Mike. Hey, it's Dukes and Bell. Let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
Yeah, growing up, getting those critters up out of there, I'll tell you what we used to do. Let's hear from Jordan Love, man, because you say I'm not sold, you're not sold. I don't know if Packer fans are, but they're going to support it. I do know that.
Well, how about a strong message from Jordan Love to the fan base?
Okay, Mike. He said he had a conversation with Aaron Rodgers after the trade. Listen.
Yeah, we talked after the trade. Kind of just wish you the best, going forward. He wished me the best and, always there for me if I need anything, have any questions or anything. But I'm always just grateful to be around him and for the time I had with him to be able to learn and be behind him. It's very grateful for me.
What if Jordan Love's a baller? What if he comes
That
out
was a lie.
and he's just a baller?
Well, like the way the history repeated itself, Brett Favre was ticked off. They drafted Aaron Rodgers. Favre was ticked off. They drafted Love. You could argue that neither one made sense, but the Love pick made even less sense. And now it's his chance to shine. The weapons, they're young. They obviously lost their best receiver, Devontae Adams, to the Raiders, but other guys have stepped up. But it's a lot of folks consider them in the bottom third of the NFL this year.
I know. Love was talking about, the fact that he set all those years. It's 3 years, guys, believe it or not. 3 years behind Rodgers. I don't know, Mike, again. I get it. Some things you learn through osmosis. I do believe that, okay? But I also know the best way to get better at anything is you do it. Yeah, do it. You can't just say, hey, push this button. This is the button you push when this happens. You've got to be able to do it.
It sounds like Eric talking to the girls at Twin Peaks, our engineer. Have you ever heard that, Chris? See, I'm an engineer. My job is very complicated. If I don't do my job, these guys can't be on the radio. See this volume button right here? See it? It says volume. You know what that does? That controls the volume. Yeah, and Eric breaks it down like he's at NORAD, what I mean, or SAC command, like with his hands on the missile button. Anyway.
That was a lie.
The guy is going to either sink or swim. Packer fans, Carl says they'll be behind him. I think you'll see less people making the trip, but we'll see early in the year. Green Bay fans coming down here.
Mike, the only reason I say that is because on the national show on Sundays, it's heard in Green Bay, you get a lot of Packer phone calls. And a lot of Packer fans, at least over the last 3 to 4 months, were so ready for this to be over.
Yeah.
So I hear it all the time about not Brett Favre, but Aaron Rodgers. That's my perception from what I'm getting from them. That's the only reason why I'm saying it. I think they're so over this whole ordeal that they're just ready to see what Jordan Love's going to be.
Was that lip service, though? Did he actually mentor him? Did Aaron Rodgers have any relationship with Jordan Love?
I don't think so.
From what we've read, that's very generous of him to say that, but maybe not the most truthful thing to say.
Speaking of relationships, the Patriots are going to honor Tom Brady in 2023 for the home opener. As a matter of fact, Robert Kraft announced today that Tom Brady will be honored at the team's home opener. I've invited him back to be with us for the opening game and let the fans of New England thank him. Okay, that's kind of cool. I mean, you couldn't do it, obviously, when he was a Buccaneer, but if, in fact, he is fully retired, which we haven't heard anything that has changed his mind about that, then this is going to be a cool thing for Tom Brady. And, again, I know he won a Super Bowl in Tampa. Brady in my head and always will be a Patriot.
I still think Miami is the landing spot for him if, heaven forbid, something else happens to Tua Tagovailoa. I mean, the flirtation with the owner. That's why there was only 31 picks in the first round, because the Dolphins lost their first-round pick for meddling, tampering. But I still think, it would be, for me, the most logical fit for Tom Brady to plug in Miami.
Yeah, and you know what? It's just plug and play.
Right.
Cheetah, right? All the weapons that are there. This is why we think Tua is going to have a great season if he stays healthy, is they've done what we've done. They put all these weapons around him.
Good defense, too.
Yeah, and just said, don't make mistakes.
Look, they had Buffalo on the ropes last year with a backup quarterback. That's what made that playoff game. You're like, wow, if you had Tua in there. Hey, speaking of big-time quarterbacks, you just mentioned Aaron Rodgers. Brett Favre has apparently settled his defamation case with Pat McAfee. McAfee was making some jokes about him in the Mississippi situation, where Brett is alleged to have steered funds designed for folks that really need help towards a volleyball facility at Southern Miss for his daughter to play in. Now, some are saying the way Brett's talking about it makes it sound like there was some kind of a settlement. I think all Pat McAfee says is, I've settled this litigation. Did he give him money? I don't know. Pat basically said, I was making a joke. Sorry if the joke was taken out of context. So some people are saying there hasn't been a money exchange, but Brett Favre is kind of making it sound that way. But they've settled the litigation because papers were filed. Do you think Pat McAfee paid anything to Brett Favre?
That's interesting.
Because McAfee said today it was dropped. So in other words, but Brett's making it sound like, well, we settled this. Well, settled like what? Like you got cash, or he dropped it and you dropped it and he apologized?
Is Favre going to be charged for this, though, ultimately?
ESPN has a day-by-day breakdown of all the things that happened, so you can draw your own conclusions, but it looks shady. There's also there was a concussion drug that he was kind of pitching and was getting funding for, that he's an investor in, and how he went about getting the things funded. Who knows in today's legal system where it's going to go? But a lot of the stuff doesn't pass the eye test with getting funds for the volleyball facility. I mean, some would say just pay for the whole freaking thing. Don't pass the hat, start a charity, but don't try to rip off the poorest state in the nation from funds that need to go to poor people.
Coming up, guys, we're going to keep an eye out. We will be continuing to tell you more about the NFL schedule as dates are released. Tonight is schedule release night. Cannot wait to see what the full schedule looks like. We're going to talk to Mike Sando, though, coming up. He covers the NFL for The Athletic, one of the lead writers at The Athletic, and has been covering the league for a long time. We'll talk about a bunch of things in regards to what's going on around the league. And listen, the draft played out, and we were all excited about that. And now, again, we're excited about this schedule drop because we get a chance to see who and when. That's the big thing. It's not who. We know the who. Right. It's when these things are going to play out. And I think Mike Sando will help us with that conversation. Mike, we'll also ask him about what the conversation is about the Falcons. Everyone seems to like what we've done. I've rarely heard from anybody that says, oh, they screwed it up. Yeah. Nobody's saying that about us.
It's just because people know brand names, and there weren't a lot of brand names this year for the free agency. We filled every single need on defense this year in free agency. And again, edge rusher, we got older edge rushers. Lorenzo Carter, hopefully he'll pop, because now, guys, if a guy's getting double teamed or all the things, unless you're literally sitting there with binocs at Mercedes-Benz, or you're going and you're stopping the tape, do you really know what's going on inside?
No.
So that's why, to see the help that Grady needs, because sometimes Grady could get double teamed. Sometimes guys are tackling Grady. Now you get other guys going to step up and make plays. Also helps the linebacking core, and then corners as well. Defense is great. We just talked about it. I can't remember any time the Falcons, any part of our defense was ranked in the top 3 as far as personnel rankings.
I listen, maybe I'm overly optimistic, but I just think there's going to be a big jump.
By the way, if there isn't a big jump, then everybody's on the hot seat next year. This team has got to produce.
But I think there's going to be a big jump just from the talent you've acquired, Mike, on the defensive side. Now, am I going to miss our old DC? Yeah, because I think he was on to something. Right. But I got to give Ryan Nielsen time to do what he wants to do, and I think he's trusted by Arthur Smith and the staff to be a great teacher and to make this defense better. But the reality is he's got more talent than the previous DC had right now, just what we know right now. So I think there's going to be a jump, and I know everybody's concerned. We don't stop anybody. Trust me, I've been saying that for 3 years. But again, I am not as concerned about having the top overall defense or rated overall defense. Mike, just give me a team that gets stops when we need them.
It's funny. Arthur uses that phrase, surface narrative. There's some false narratives which people, for some reason, have locked in their head. Oh, the defense sucked. No, the defense, guys, in almost every game, save for the Cincinnati game, where obviously they just smoked us. We had our whole cornerbacks, that whole cornerback room got injured. We were in every game. Defense had big stops. Even that Carolina debacle on Thursday night, we had a shot. The defense was bend, don't break, but they would hold teams to field goals. So now you're adding all these pieces to it. I'm just curious to see what a Ryan Nielsen philosophy looks like compared to Pete's.
Coming up, Mike Sando. We'll see what he's got. Yeah, man, no man's on the way as well. In the 4 o'clock hour, Kirby was talking, guys. Wait till you hear what he had to say about Texas and Oklahoma. It's all on the way. It's Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We want to get this schedule, man. I mean, I want it right now.
Well, we do know we're booking our trip to New Orleans. We got that one.
That's true.
Week 18.
That's true.
We know the London week, of course, is a week 4, which means we'll have an early bye, right?
Probably. Let's talk to a guy that covers the NFL for The Athletic. Mike Sando joins us right now on the waitfor.com hotline. Mike, the schedule release, everybody's anticipating, and you know, we're trying to get the leaks, and it's just kind of, you know, we got to wait and see. But I want to ask you about this New York deal with Aaron Rodgers. They're set to debut on Monday Night Football against the Bills on September 11th. I just want to know your gut feeling and what you're hearing about Rodgers. Is this going to put the Jets over the top?
I think it's going to get them into the playoffs. I think all bets are off once you get there, right? I mean, who you play, how healthy you are, those sorts of things. But I think they have a ceiling now that's a lot higher than it was before. They were a bottom 5 offense last year. Aaron Rodgers had a bad year last year, and they were middle of the pack on offense. Okay, they were really right in the middle. So I think he totally changes the expectations, the hope, the ability of the team. Now, has he possibly, slipped a little? We'll see about that. I think opinions will be mixed on that in the league because he didn't look as good last year, was probably had one foot out the door and had a thumb injury as well. But I think they're going to get the best quarterbacking they've gotten in a long, long time, and it's going to make a big difference.
Our argument was, to win 7 games in the toughest division in football with New England, well, obviously Buffalo and Miami are killing it, you need competent quarterback play. And maybe is that what he's, at this stage of his career, he's offering, is competent quarterback play with maybe some moments where he can bring back some of the magic?
I think he's better than that. I really do. I mean, he's MVP 2 of the last 3 years. It didn't look as good last year, but I don't think he lost his ability to throw the ball. And we saw it at times last year. He threw it amazingly. So I think he's better than that. I think what you were describing there would be if they had gotten Derek Carr or Jimmy Garoppolo, somebody who'd be a middle of the pack guy. I think Rodgers is better than that. I think he's going to be the best player on the field in at least 5 of their games.
We're talking with Mike Sando, guys. Football GM podcast, 25-plus seasons of covering the NFL. Writes for The Athletic. A lot of people surprised that the Chiefs get the upstart Lions. And I was saying, for those who weren't paying attention, Lions won 8 of their last 10 games last year. They were a team that's on the come, and I think there's some excitement for the first time in a long time with the Lions. And I think the NFL realizes that, hey, let's go ahead and give them a kickoff game. I actually like this game. What do you think?
I agree. I think there's tons of expectations around the Lions, which probably ultimately are not going to be lived up to. Okay, but that's why you do it in week 1. I mean, what if you do it in week 7 and they start 2 and 4? It doesn't have the same sizzle. So I think all these expectations that the Lions are leaning into, like you said, they finish strong, everything's in front of them, excitement. I think that's what you want in an opener. So it's a great time to get the Lions, and if they're great later in the year, hey, that's good too. Then you can slide around the schedule, right, or get them into some more of the games, and they may get some of those anyway.
It is Mike Sando with us, guys, senior writer for The Athletic here on the waitfor.com hotline, breaking it down. Let's talk about the Falcons. We've got a lot of upgrades. We spent millions and millions of dollars to get the depth on defensive line we haven't had in decades. We got depth at corner. Maybe we'll find our edge rusher here. Maybe he's in the building. But what about Desmond Ridder? Do you believe in Ridder? Because, man, this offense looks like it's going to be loaded.
I am very much interested in watching him compared to what we've been watching. Okay, I just felt the offense was really limited by Mariota last year, and watching him play. So, does that mean that I'm betting everything on Ridder? No. I mean, I think they're really setting it up to where they don't have to lean on him overly, right? Just the structure of their offense, but great weapons they've got around them now. I think certainly the running back is going to make a big difference for them, and they've already had Cordero Patterson, who's a handful himself and can do a lot of different things. So I'm generally excited for them. I don't know what to bet on Ridder. I don't know how you could be all in on it, but I'm certainly curious to see, whereas if they kept coming back with what they had, whatever that was, old Matt Ryan, declining Matt Ryan, or Mariota, that doesn't excite me. I know what that looks like. I think now we want to see what it looks like, and we haven't seen enough. He's played, I think, he started 4 games maybe.
Yep, that's it.
So I think we got to see it. We got to see it, but I'm much more interested in seeing this, something new, than what we've been seeing.
Mike, what do you think about our coach? You like Art Smith? You like his pedigree, his makeup? I feel really good about what he's shown us with a lot less talent. And I've always said the last couple of seasons when they didn't have any money, let's wait until he has some talent, because I think you're going to be really surprised at how good of a coach he is.
I kind of do like him, There's just something about him. I do like him. I think we need to, now that he has some more players, then we can evaluate it. I loved his comment. I think he made the comment about, being on a limited number of scholarships is what he felt like. Because they've been digging out, really, they've been digging out. So I get that. It's hard. Sometimes you don't even live to come out the other end of that. I think he's living to come out the other end of it. They've got some talent. So, yeah, I do like him. I'm optimistic to see, I think he's definitely a good offensive coach. And the thing about the Falcons, people will sometimes criticize the Falcons for, the positions that they have valued, but I think they have a clear vision and plan of who you want to be, and that's a huge thing for any team. You can argue whether you like that vision or not, but they have a vision of who they want to be, and they're getting players to do that. So it puts you in position to succeed when you do that.
It is Mike Sando from the Athletic Guys here on Dukes and Bell. We're always talking NFL, and you're kind of covering my next question. We were really excited about Bijan Robinson. Well, Carl went to Texas, but there was a lot of folks that wanted Jalen Carter. But this guy, to your point, it really makes this offense. It creates matchups where, whether it's 22 personnel, however you do it, we can really set the tempo. Again, but comes back to the quarterback. Quarterback's still got to be good, or does a running back just take all the pressure off of Ritter?
Well, the way they run the ball, or are going to run the ball, will help Ritter tremendously. I mean, just look at, look where the 49ers are in the Vegas odds and stuff. Shoot, they don't know if Purdy's going to be the quarterback, if it's going to be, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold's in there. No one's overly that worried about it because of the infrastructure they have around them with McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and the play caller and Shanahan. They just sort of know that it's probably going to look about as good as it can look because of that. So I think the back, when you have a special back, it does make a difference. And so, he could be, if he's a LaDainian Tomlinson type running back, somebody who's just truly dynamic and special, and 3 downs, does it on 3 downs, helps in the passing game, all of that. And I think that totally helps the quarterback. And also, it's a rare back, really, probably, that the defense is really gearing up to, right, in game planning. I live in the Seattle area. When they had Marshawn Lynch, that helped Russell Wilson. Not just that they had a back and a good running game. Teams were defending him because he was really a special, different type of runner. You had to get multiple people on him to get him down. To me, that's different than 90% of the backs that are out there. So they signed up for, with the 8th pick, that type of back, a difference-making back. I think that does help a quarterback.
What's your quarterback tier look like? Who's in your elite class? And then who's in your franchise class? The guys that they're franchise guys. How many of these elite guys do you have? I mean, are there 4? Are there 6? Because I only think there's 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mahomes and Burrow, would have to be at the top, but I think Josh Allen's in that mix, and it falls off pretty quick after that. I think, you can see that Justin Herbert should be there, but I think you need to see a little more from him. So there's probably a division within Tier 1. I do the quarterback tiers every year, and I talk to 50 people in the league, and we're in the early stages of putting that stuff together, and that'll come out at the end of July. But I guarantee, Mahomes will be unanimous. I think Burrow's unanimous this year, too. And I think Josh Allen's going to be close to that. He really carries a lot of it for them. And it's funny, the Bills, people kind of think like, oh, it was kind of a disappointing year, whatever. They were still a top 5 team on both sides of the ball, pretty close to it. So I think he's in that mix too.
Mike, where do you have Lamar in that right now? Right now, I'm not asking. I know you're going to put this out in June, but where do you have Lamar?
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is where I have him isn't going to be where the teams have him. So what comes out later is the people in the league. For me, I think Lamar's a solid Tier 2 quarterback. I think he's around the top 10 of the league. I don't think he's in the top 5 for that. And some of that is Some of that is lately the ability to stay on the field, but certainly when it gets reduced to having to throw the ball and pass the ball, without everybody gearing up against the run, it hasn't been good for their offense. How much of that is Lamar? How much of that is the scheme? We'll find out a little bit more of that this year because he has better wide receivers. He has a different coordinator. But I still think he has to prove in that area because we've seen it be exposed, playoffs and some other key times.
The uniqueness of the Dolphins situation, where, by the way, we're talking with Mike Sando, covers the NFL for The Athletic. We were just talking earlier, it's kind of spitball, and they're going to honor Tom Brady when the Dolphins play the Patriots. How do you manage the Dolphins if you're the GM there, knowing that, that sounds melodramatic, but he's one hit away from being out?
I think it's really difficult. I think, what are the odds he's going to play the whole year, right?
Slim.
They got to be really low. And what are the odds that he has a concussion during the year? You would think pretty high. That's scary because I don't know how many more you can have and keep coming back. So, yeah, I'm worried for them, too. I know they did the fifth-year option that gives them a fully guaranteed contract next year for over $20 million.
Again, what they had in Seattle is different with Beast Mode. This is a guy, I love the LaDainian Tomlinson comp because that's a guy that catches the football down the field.
I agree, Mike. And if you set a guy up for success like that, he doesn't have the pressure to be great every play. He can just be himself. You don't have to make these incredible throws every single play. Be yourself. All right, coming up, Yeah Man, No Man's on the way, guys. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
and Bell
is the best.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Every few weeks we get a chance to talk with Garth Lagerwey from Atlanta United, and he's on the line with us right now here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. He is the president of Atlanta United. And Garth, good to have you back on. By the way, United hosting Charlotte on Saturday at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Pregame 7 o'clock, kicks at 7:30. I think the big question right now, Garth, for us, and I think Atlanta United fans, 17s, is what's going on? What's going wrong with this team right now?
Oh, look, we're a third of the way through the season. We're tied for third place. We're second in the league in goals scored. So I think there's a lot of positives. Look, we're still a relatively young team. We've struggled a little bit on the road. So we had a tough little road patch here. And, the good news is so far we've been unbeaten at home. Obviously knocked on some wood, try not to jinx ourselves here. But we got an opportunity to right the ship here. We got 2 games at home, Charlotte and Colorado, Saturday, Wednesday. In Charlotte, one of our rivals, just up the road from us. So we're excited about playing them this weekend.
I mean, is it some of the injuries? I mean, we're not going to, blame you for injuries, big man, because, when you have a guy like Giakoumakis, dude has been such a finisher up front because it just seems like if you can get the ball anywhere near the guy, good things are going to happen.
Absolutely. By the way, excellent work with Giakoumakis. I mean, that you had to have been practicing that.
Well, you know what? I just wish we could have Conte just say, "Yes, I am Yorgos." Once he scores a goal, but he goes, "Boom, Giakoumakis." but the dude has been a great find, and he's so athletic too. We've had some smaller guys in that position. He's a big dude.
He's a big dude. He's a big dude. He's got the broad shoulders. He knows how to occupy some center backs. All he's done is score a goal every time he started, right? So he's doing okay. We're excited about our Greek god of goals, and we'll get him back out there soon enough. But this is kind of the overall theme, right? Is you can't get fixated on, hey, we get a couple bad results in a row, got to rush him back. I think that's a little bit what happened last year, and we're going to be cautious with Gigi and wait till he's fully fit and bring him, ramp him up safely. We got 3 games this week. When you're bringing guys off of injury, you can't send them out 90 minutes 3 times in a week and the first time back coming off a muscle injury. So we'll ramp him up. We'll get him in there this week. You'll definitely see him. And he's a big part of who we are. And he's a huge competitor. He makes the players around him bigger. Not actually bigger, but better. And him being big makes him better. And, he's a big part of what we want to do.
Garth, word on the street is that Brad Guzan was back, at least returning to the team. The initial reports were 10 weeks from this torn MCL. Can you give us any insight on Brad's return?
Yeah, I mean, the dude's tough as nails. He's as good a pro as there is. He's a great leader. And today was the first day since I've been here we had everybody fit and in training.
Wow.
Now, that doesn't make everybody 100%. But, and guys are going to come back. And again, I don't want to act like Brad's coming back on Saturday. That'd be a little premature. But he's getting his strength back. He's recovering quickly. He's ahead of schedule.
It is Garth Lagerwey, guys. He is the GM for your Atlanta United. 3-game losing streak. Starting with that Memphis thing. But, hey, we'll get it turned around against Charlotte. By the way, since we've spoken to you, it's been 6 months or more that you've been here in town. We're talking the other day on the show about, what's your favorite thing, people's favorite things about the city. What's been your favorite thing you got to do since you got here?
I don't know if I have a favorite thing, but this may sound a little corny, but I just really like the people, man. Relocating all the way across the country, coming from Seattle, been out west for 15 years between Salt Lake and Seattle. Just to be back here in the South and where I went to college 30 years ago, and it feels good. It feels like home. It feels really welcoming, and people have been really warm, not just to me but to my family, and I've been really grateful for that.
How's the family adjusting?
We moved into a house on Monday, so
congratulations.
That's a good start.
Nice.
Yeah. The kids got bedrooms again, and they like that, and they were unpacking the boxes the other day, and they said, "Dad, this is just like Christmas. We get to get all our toys back out." So,
exactly. Very cool. Well, man, I know that it is a long season, and we asked you a few times about the give and take of the transfer window. Are you going to be aggressive as far as grabbing some guys? You think this summer, and have you already identified some needs that maybe that's something you'll address?
Look, aggressive implies a little desperation. Again, we're sitting in fourth. We're where we want to be so far this season. So I don't think we're going to be desperate, but we are going to be active. We talked to you guys early in the year, and we tried to offload some contracts, in the off season to try to put ourselves in a position to have some flexibility in the summer. So for sure, we're going to be active. We're looking at a number of different deals right now. I'm hopeful we can add between 1 and 3 players in the summer window. So we'll see how that goes, and you always got to read the market on this stuff. I think that's the one thing that maybe we haven't communicated as well in the past. There is a plan that we would like to carry out, but we have to go for value. And that means that the market and the buyers in this market are the Europeans, right? They're in their off season. They're starting their season. The biggest dollars are there this time of the year. It's always tricky for us because we're in the middle of our season. So we got to mix and match and find the right deals and find the right values. But if we see them and if we find them, we will be active this summer trying to make the team better.
Garth, do you think Messi's coming to the United States?
Look, I hope so. I'll say that. It would be great for our league. It would be really awesome. Obviously, I'm not privy to those discussions, so I don't know that I have any insider info there. But I really hope so. I think, we play Miami in September. We play in Miami in Leagues Cup, potentially 2 different times where our audience could see Messi the one game's away in Miami, but we're home to them in September. And look, with Thiago on our team, being teammates with Messi, I think that'd be a really special moment for him as well. So I think there's a lot of positives to it. It's something I'd love to see happen.
Great stuff, Garth. We appreciate you stopping by, man. This weekend, guys, at Atlanta United taking on Charlotte. Pregame at 7. Again, kicks at 7:30. And, Garth, we enjoy our visits, man. Congratulations on the new house, by the way, and enjoy and good luck this weekend.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Garth Lagerwey, guys. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. The Messi thing, Mike, it does bring more attention to MLS. It would be great, as he said, for the league. And it brings more exposure, but the point is, are you getting are you getting the best Messi?
And again, you've gotten guys that have come here at the end of their careers, going all the way back to George Best when it was the NASL, to guys like Frank. I mean, everybody makes a shot here. You've seen it, and that's cool. I'm David Beckham. He did it too out there in LA. Right. But in the case, and ironically, he's running the Miami FC. The thing with Messi, he can go to Saudi Arabia for 10 times the money they could pay him in MLS. That's the reality. And I know that's the ultimate sort of retirement now for the elite players in Europe. You can cash in some league in the Middle East.
All right, guys. We'll talk more about Atlanta United tomorrow, as we've got a special guest that's going to stop by. You don't want to miss it.
Oh, I better be here then.
Better be here. Hey, we're going to talk more about the schedule. We're just kind of sitting here observing, seeing what's going on. Earlier today, some things did leak. We have at least 4 Falcon games that we're aware of that we know where they're going to take place. Saints game, end of the season, regular season. Right. We know we're going to London. We know how we're starting the season against the Carolina Panthers, and we now know that the Green Bay Packers are going to be here week 2. We know these things.
These things are rock solid. Now we're just waiting to fill in the rest of the blanks. And Carl mentioned earlier, our usual source for this, Deep Falcon. Like Deep Throat, Watergate. He's not talking. And second year in a row. So I guess he knew it was me that was blabbing the schedule when he gave it to me. So we got no inside juice this year, but we're working on it.
Yeah, no, listen, Mike, I said this. I talked to a buddy of mine with another team, and he was like, normally he's like, here's what I know about our schedule, and I can kind of get a sense. Nothing. He's like, can't help you.
Right. We do have a dog report to get to, and a couple of things I want to ask you, mister, because I think it's time for the SEC to go to 9. Hell, I jumped from 9 to go to a 10-game conference schedule, but they're still monkeying around, and no coach seems to want to give you a solid answer about 8, where they're at. Or let's go to 9, man. 9 conference games for UGA, and stop seeing those patty cakes. We talked about it yesterday with Connor O'Reilly. He agreed.
Kirby was talking about this. He was at a Pro-Am golf tournament in Hoover, Alabama, which we'll let you in on, and he was asked about this. As an SEC fan, I just want to see the best games. That's where I'm at. And the thing is, you're going to X out, Mike, some of these non-conference games that pay some of these schools a lot of money to come get beat down, right? And we know this. Some of these games allow some of these athletic programs to survive because they get on Georgia's schedule, and you go, all right, well, Georgia's paying, X amount of money. And that doesn't just apply to Georgia. That's Alabama. That's all the big boys. But I just want to see the best SEC games.
And I just think, guys who worry about losing an extra game if you're playing some stiff competition, remember, when we get into this expanded playoff and you're playing an SEC schedule, based on how you always start the season up high rankings, and the SEC is going to get some multiple teams like as they do, Carl, every year in the top 15.
Yep.
Then you're not going to get burned by that. So I just think fans, look, do you want to see a directional school like Martin, UT Martin, or do you want to see another SEC opponent? Especially when there's so many schools now in the conference.
What did Kirby say about it? We'll let you hear and talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Garth Lagerwey was on with us. He is the president of Atlanta United, talking about, the fact that they're trying to look at all the positives. Appreciate him stopping by. Coming up, Jared Carabas, excuse me. I was about to say Caribas, Mike.
Yeah. And I was going to say Carabas, so he can whip us up some Polo Rosa Maria as well.
Not that
with some fettuccine Alfredo. I love that stuff.
DraftKings MLB Insider. We're going to talk to him about the Braves. We're going to talk to him about all things MLB. There's a lot of stuff going on. Last night, Braves, unfortunately, not able to get it done. Failure of the bullpen. Mike, it was a bullpen start, but at the back of the bullpen, we weren't able to get it done.
Yeah, but I tell you what, man, I heard Frenchie talking about it last night on the Bally's broadcast. Bayo, the pitcher, I'd never seen him before. That guy's got some electric stuff. He was pretty darn good. He was stymieing us. And then, ironically, Kenley Jansen, as you pointed out earlier, came in, shut it down. But in a game like that, because it was one of those rare low-scoring games for the Braves this season, you really needed the bullpen to be letter perfect. And starting with McHugh to Minter, it wasn't good. Then Iglesias poured some gasoline on it in the end. And some hard hits just kind of fell right into those Red Sox mitts. There's a real buzzkill last night.
We can't survive like this, though, right, with these bullpen starts?
Well, you can do it once in a while, but you tell me that's going to be the option every sixth day? No way, Jose. Or every fifth day, whoever's going to work out. Especially if you don't get the traction you're hoping from Dylan Dodd or Schuster. I know that guys were hitting us yesterday. Oh, you guys are overreacting. You don't just lose a guy like Max Fried and Kyle Wright and say, oh, no biggie, no big deal.
Yep.
The guys are in Gwinnett for a reason. And now if they can make the jump. But guys, this soap opera. You've seen this before. We've had pictures on a constant yo-yo back and forth from Gwinnett to Atlanta the last 5 seasons. Hope these guys make it work.
Well, this is why Mets fans are freaking out, Mike. They spent all the money on the pitching, and their pitching, there's 2 starters have been up and down, right? You can't tell me that the Mets are going to be as good as they need to be without Scherzer and those guys being in the mix. It's just not. Right. So the good news is I think we have a better club than they do. I thought that to begin the season, and it's proven out to be true with this lead we have. But we have to maintain it. And the way that you do that is score runs. Last night, that's the one thing we didn't do. We were not able to get on the board as much as we wanted to. More on the Braves coming up. Guy Talk's on the way as well. And as we mentioned, DraftKings MLB Insider Jared Carabas. All right, with that, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
Mike, changes are coming to the SEC schedule. Texas and Oklahoma are coming. They're going to join the league in 2024. We didn't think this was going to happen in 2025. Psych! They're coming early.
Moved it up. That's why Georgia's not playing Oklahoma this year.
So what do? Kirby Smart was at this golf tournament. It's a charity, Pro-Am, Regions Pro-Am golf tournament in Hoover, Alabama. He says that he thinks either format's going to allow us to go through the cycle and through the SEC much faster. So there won't be a 4-year window where you don't play everybody home and away. Think about this.
The pod system, right?
Yeah. There's no reason that we should have to wait to see Alabama in 5 years.
Or longer.
It just doesn't make sense.
I was here 6 years before I saw Georgia play Alabama in the regular season. That's what drives you crazy when they first expanded, then they've expanded again.
So with what Kirby is saying, I think he's right. You're going to look at this and say, all right, they play Texas, and then they'll have Texas on the schedule again in 3 years or 2 years maybe. Oklahoma. Everybody should be playing everybody, Mike. Now, I don't know if you want the round robin where everybody plays for everybody and then the top 2 teams play in the championship game. That's what the Big 12 did. If you do the pods thing, again, you don't want to take away from your rivals in those rivalry games. I do think this is a bigger deal than a lot of people are making it out to be, because if you stay 8 games, again, now you're out of conference schedule still. You're going to have to schedule somebody, Mike.
I mean, I was just looking during the commercial break at USC's schedule, Ohio State's schedule, at Texas's schedule. They all have some strong out of conference. But again, they're playing 9 conference games. The rest of their season wraps up with 9. USC has a late game with Notre Dame, but for the most part, it's all Pac-12. You look at the Ohio State Buckeyes. Look, we may not respect that conference because sometimes it's so top-heavy, but it does look silly sometimes when it's like Maryland, Rutgers, Indiana. But some of those teams have gotten better.
Yeah.
Point I'm getting to is they're playing everybody. I'd rather see, if you're a Georgia fan, wouldn't you rather see the best school, one of the best schools? Some school, yes, Carl just pointed out, because of the way the division breaks down. You don't see those schools every 5 years. I'd rather see 9 SEC opponents. So I'm a booster spending good money for good seats at Stanford. I want the good games. I don't want the small schools. I don't want the schools to get their check for $900,000 or $1 million and get beat by 55 points.
Yeah, I think this is an easy decision.
That doesn't affect Georgia Tech, by the way. You still have your cross-conference rivals like that.
Yeah, you're going to see them. When the coaches get together, and this has kind of been on the back burner the last few years because they weren't close to it. They didn't have to worry about it. Now, it's next season. So you gotta have a plan, and I think most coaches even Saban, they want to do the 9 games.
Look, if the Pac-12, Big Ten, and Big 12 is doing it, why aren't you doing it, right? Get with the program. It's the best football. And when you do go to the expanded college playoff, if by chance you do have more than one loss, you're still going to make the playoff because you're still going to be ranked in the top 15 or top 20, right?
Yeah.
Based on the strength of schedule of the SEC.
All right. Outside of that, Kirby's also talking about his quarterbacks, Mike, and he says, I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of questions about everything. There were questions last year about our defense and losing 8 guys, and he's basically deflecting this about what's your biggest concern about making your decision at quarterback. And for Kirby, he's been through this, guys. I mean, it seems like forever ago, but Eason and Fromm and Bennett and Daniels, all of this stuff played out in front of us, and they were still able to win 2 national championships. So I trust him. I've got to trust that he knows what's best for the team, even when we think it might not be. Now, it doesn't mean Mike and I won't shake our heads if he doesn't go Carson Beck. But, Mike, at the end of the day, I feel like if anybody has the pulse of the program, it's Kirby, because he went through all of this, and he chose a guy that we all went, what are you doing, Stetson Bennett?
Yeah, and remember, we talked about this with Connor, you missed it yesterday, Connor Riley from Dog Nation. When Stetson Bennett first got an opportunity, Carson Beck technically was the guy who had the high ground. But as Carson Beck later said, he wasn't mentally right. He wasn't prepared for the pressure and all that. So that's how Stetson kind of won the job and then held on to it because he showed he could handle it. Now I think Carson Beck is in a much better place. Sometimes it takes a minute, right, for a guy to plug in and be the man. But in this case, everything's in place. Better now. Ironically, you lose a guy like Darnell Washington. You still have the best tight end in the country. You got improvement, upgraded wide receivers. Everybody seems to think the offensive line is going to be fine. You always got decent running backs, if not household names going into this season. Guys, can tote the mail. So just do your job, man. And you know what? I'll bring it back to this thing we talked about a few months ago. How does Bobo's game plan differ from what we saw with Monken? That's the question. Because, if they do struggle, and let's just say there's no style points in a couple of these wins, or they struggle against South Carolina, oh, man, are we going to have fun on Mondays?
Well, yeah, we are.
I've been down this road. Yeah. You've been down this road before.
Yeah. The Bulldogs, though, to take a quarterback battle into the season.
No way.
That's the part, right? We're not playing 3 guys. We're not playing 2 guys. The decision will be made.
Right. A&M last year was a guy got injured, and then it was a bad performance from everybody.
Correct.
But that's what you don't want to be down that road.
So I think when you hear they're going to battle into the summer, all that simply means is as they start fall camp, all these guys will be getting reps. All of these guys will be throwing to the wide receivers and doing the things that quarterbacks do. When we get to UT Martin, I don't expect Kirby to rotate 3 guys. Okay, I don't think it'll be, hey, Gunnar Stockton, it's your turn.
Right.
I don't think that's going to happen in the third quarter. Look who's coming off the bench. Unless it's a blowout. Pick your guy and let's roll with him. And I think that he's going to give everybody a chance to still win this job, even though, Mike, we believe Carson Beck is the front runner.
Right. Now, if Carson Beck somehow, spits the bit, horse racing term, or just somehow doesn't, get it together, you do have guys. I mean, no one's even talking about Gunnar Stockton. Sometimes seasons have a strange way, right? Just like the whole Stetson Bennett thing played out.
It's crazy.
And all the different quarterbacks we went through from, Wakey, Eggs and Bakey, Jacob Eason, remember all that? Then remember JT Daniels. Everybody I thought JT Daniels was the better quarterback. And he's won what now? His 3rd football team? 4th.
Where did he transfer? Oh, West Virginia.
He was out of West Virginia. He's going to, I don't even know where I've lost track.
Yeah.
He's on another.
Oh, that's right. He's at Rice now. That's right. This will be his last year of eligibility, if I'm correct.
Wow. First game against Texas this year, by the way.
Yeah, so, but...
That's the old Kennedy line. Why do we do these things? Why does Texas play right?
Because
Goodness, do you know that, Chris? When he does the whole speech about why the early part is, why does Rice play Texas? That's because they were in Rice Stadium when Kennedy dropped that one. In other words, big underdog. Even back then, Carl.
Yes, they were. That's the famous "we're going to space" speech that he did at Rice. Brock Bowers, as we talk about the Dogs, Mike, how big is he going to be? Listen, we're going to have plenty of days. We're going to talk about this, but I said this. I didn't expect him to be in the spring game or play in spring train. Throughout the spring because he didn't need to. There's nothing that Brock Bowers has to prove to me that makes me feel any more or less about what he is. He's the best tight end in college football. I don't need to see anything else from him, but he's going to still be a big part of this offense.
I mean, 14 touchdowns as a freshman. People wanted him to come out right then. And then last year, he scored 7, caught 7 touchdown passes, ran for 3.
Crazy.
That's 10 touchdowns. And then you're just hoping that this year with Bobo, I can't imagine Bobo not going like, oh yeah, well forget about him. No, they're going to use Landers. So perhaps his production goes up. One thing for sure, he's going to be one of those top 20 picks in the NFL draft. Everybody's going to want a piece of that.
Yeah, Bowers got Guys, I think he's one of the top 5 guys in college football, period. All right? We can talk about Caleb Williams, obviously, at USC, Drake Maine at North Carolina. Bowers is a top 5 guy going into the college football season. And he may be, which is even more crazy, Mike, when we get around to the spring next year, I think he's a top 10 pick. At a tight end position because of his playmaking ability. That's where I have him right now. I think he's going to be a top 10 pick if everything goes right, and I hope it does. But, yeah, I think he's going to be a huge part. And it's one of those things where when you play Georgia, every team's going to be like, oh, we got to know where Bowers is. And if you're Georgia, you don't care.
And that's why I do think with some of the transfers, like maybe the wide receivers are going to have more of an impact than they've had the last couple of seasons. That's one thing you could argue is, save for a couple of catches, certainly some big catches against Alabama 2 years ago, but the wide receiver game, it was the tight ends, it was the other guys who were making some of those plays. Maybe this is the year the wide receivers really pop for the Dogs.
All right, guys, it's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Scheduling is a big deal. We're waiting on the NFL schedule, but this SEC scheduling finality, whatever it's going to be, all right? And again, they could go back and change it, but I think everybody's on the same page with this, and it's going to affect your pre-conference schedule. And the bigger thing is here, as Mike has been talking about, if you're Jordan, you got a 9-game SEC schedule. Why am I I don't have to schedule USC, okay? I don't have to schedule Washington early in the season. Those 9 games are going to determine, and remember, we're going to an expanded playoff after this next. Right. It's not going to matter.
And by the way, guys, just hit me up on the text line. Why didn't you mention the ACC? They don't play a 9-game conference schedule. They play an 8-game conference schedule. And then Florida State and Clemson want more of that money.
They might have to change that, though, Mike.
I agree. I just think the best conference in the nation should be playing the best teams in its conference more. Period. It's not like brain surgery. Just go to 9. The other sticking point on this was their contract in place with ESPN. ESPN is not going to redo their contract, so that's why maybe there's some pushback. Why give them better product if we're not getting more money? No coach is going to say that, but I think that's probably going on in some of the commissioners' meetings.
Yeah, because they're not asking for pennies.
Right, but if you're telling me I'm going to give you one more conference game, better product, we got to redraw our TV deal. And ESPN's probably not going to want to do that because they got no money now.
UT Martin, guys, September 2nd. It sounds like a long ways away, but it's not. And I know it sounds weird because we're in the graduation stage right now, whether it be high school or college. But we're going to turn right around here, and we're going to be talking about UT Martin opening September 2nd, then Ball State, and then South Carolina. And we just had Shane Beamer on the show. Coach, he joked around with us as Mike asked him about the 24-point being a 24-point underdog. That may grow, by the way, before that game happens.
That was literally a FanDuel started putting out all the overs and unders and spreads and everything for teams all around the country, and Georgia was one. There were some other big numbers out there too for LSU and for Alabama, but just to look at Georgia being a 3.5, 3 touchdowns and more favorite, and in some cases big favorites. I think the closest spread was Tennessee was 7.5 or 8.5, and that's something that's great. Shane took the bait. He goes, yeah, hell yeah, that's a bulletin board material. That is big time pregame fodder.
If I had $100 right now on me, and I said, would you put this on the Dogs to repeat? Would you do it right now? Right now, would you?
Yeah, I think USC is going to be a beast. I think Ohio State can be a lot of pressure on Ryan Day. Maybe Michigan may get back in this Final Four, just nobody ever expects them to win the whole thing. But, there's a place for Georgia. But this one is the year. I still think Bama's got to look over the shoulder at LSU. LSU, I think they're going to be pretty sweet this year. Georgia's got the run. It's all tailor-made. Don't screw up the cocktail party. Napier doesn't have Florida where it needs to be yet, right? Tennessee, though, they got a quarterback that knows what's going on, and you're playing in Knoxville. That's the scariest game of the year.
So you'd bet it?
I'd bet it.
Okay.
I'd take that. We're making a bet?
I'm just curious.
Chris holding it?
I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking out loud right now.
I would put $100. Matter of fact, well, actually, I already did. In Vegas to win the championship.
Don't pay for that new shower head, Carl.
To 3-peat, guys. It's incredibly hard, but I do think they have a really good shot to do it. Jared Carrabis is going to join us, DraftKings MLB Insider. What does he think about our pitching issues that we're facing right now with our Braves? We'll ask him next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hello. It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Let's talk some baseball. Our Braves came up short last night against the Red Sox. They're off today. It's Toronto next, and Strider's on the mound tomorrow. We'll talk more about that matchup. But Jared Carrabis is here with us, DraftKings MLB Insider. And we seem to have an issue, Jared. We've got three guys we can rely on, right? We've got Strider. Obviously, Morton's been pretty good here. Elder. And now we're down 2 starters. And Mike and I have been talking about this from, just – can we kind of hold on and get through this without Fried and Ian Anderson? I want to know what you think about this as far as the Braves having a lead on the Mets, having a lead on the Marlins, but how much does this concern you?
It doesn't concern me at all, if we're being honest. I love, obviously, the Braves lineup. We've kind of made that an internet meme at this point. I think in the meantime, they have a lineup that can carry them on nights where they may not get the best start out of guys that are filling in for Fried and Anderson. I don't think the Max Fried injury is all that bad either. I know that he struggled against Baltimore, and that was a very uncharacteristic start for him, especially, this year. Like, he came into that start, his ERA was like half a run, and he got tagged. But, I mean, that was also a very good Baltimore Orioles team that, I don't know if you saw the tweet that I had today, but their last 162 games, they're a 93-win team and have the second-best record in the American League over that span. So, I mean, if you're the Atlanta Braves, like, you have an embarrassment of riches where you can essentially afford to lose 2 guys like that are super important in the long run. Like, if the postseason were starting soon, then I would have bigger concerns. But it's not. Your offense can carry you. You have Spencer Strider, who was my Cy Young pick before the season started, and you also have the advantage of the rest of the teams in the division don't exactly pose a threat to you at the moment.
Right. Jared Carrabis is with us, guys, DraftKings MLB Insider. Here's the thing, though. Our beef, Jared, is in 20 and the COVID year, we had the Dodgers on the ropes, and we didn't have enough quality starters, and we blew that one. And then last year we beat the Mets, but our pitching ran out. We had Strider on fumes, and we just ran out of pitching 2 the last 3 years. So, and we've always sort of plugged it with journeyman guys like Gosman, last year Odorizzi. We're just kind of expecting when it does come time that the boss, Alex Anthopoulos, goes big. We're top 10 in payroll now. We got to go get a big frontline starter. How viable is that?
Yeah, so, I mean, yes, the short answer is yes. I do think that the Braves will go out and do something if the situation calls for it. But so I do a national baseball podcast called Baseball is Dead. One of my co-hosts is a Braves fan. Right. And I told him, I was like, it's almost like you guys are so bored of all the sustained winning that you have to create problems in your mind that aren't actually problems. Like, the Atlanta Braves, over their last 162 games, are a 110-win baseball team. So it's kind of been plug and play with this organization. And it's great, like, obviously you love to see that. And from a national perspective, everyone's looking at the Braves now. It used to be the Dodgers, right? Like, that was the model of everyone wants that to be the blueprint. You draft well, you develop well, you can sign guys to extensions, you can sign guys in free agency, you have the pieces to go make a trade if you need to do that. But I mean, the Braves, in my opinion, have sort of surpassed them because they've gotten guys to buy into this philosophy of not the Cardinal way. It's almost like the Braves way now. So that's why they've gotten all these talented players to stay here, maybe less for market value. But in terms of like the long road here, if you're looking at the bigger picture, I don't have any concerns about this team because of, I don't even want to say the division that they play on because it should be a good division. Like, the Mets are better than this. The Phillies are better than this. But the Braves have the luxury of, we got out to a hot start. We're still winning baseball games, even though we're down some of our most important guys. And our greatest threats in the division are not threatening whatsoever.
All right, Jared, I heard you. I'm going to do my best Sal Licata. This division is over. We've won this division. It is over. I mean, that's what I'm hearing from you right now. Like, you have so much more confidence than we do. And we're here, and we're like, I don't know. And you're like, no big deal. Don't worry about it. So let me ask you this. What has happened with the Mets? They spent $350 million on their payroll. What has happened with the Mets?
Yeah, so actually, funny that you mentioned the NL East is overline, because we were looking at the standings across Major League Baseball at this point last year, and I think it might have been like only one team that was in first place at this point last year actually went on to win the division. So that is an interesting note, but it's very different when you're talking about the NL East, because the Atlanta Braves got off to a horrible start last year, as you guys know, and they picked up the pace, and the rest is history. But, yeah, with the New York Mets, I think when you talk about Steve Cohen and the Mets payroll, everyone knows that they spent a ton of money. But you go back to those earlier Yankee teams, and that was the saying back then. You can't buy a championship. They used to try, of course, to buy championships. But with the New York Mets, you're spending, $86 million on Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander combined, and they've got like a negative wins above replacement. Verlander pitched great last night, became the 21st pitcher in Major League history to have defeated all 30 teams. I like what I see from Verlander, but he's only made 2 starts for you. And Max Scherzer had the sticky stuff suspension. He's got the neck spasms going on. So those are major concerns. Like when you have guys that you've spent that much money on, at least to start the season, and you don't have, I don't want to say you don't have what it takes to compete with the Braves, but they don't have what it takes to compete with the Braves. I know you guys are probably going to be cautious because of what happened in the division last year.
This division is over.
I'm not going to say the NL East is over. I'm not going to say that just yet, but I would have to imagine that you guys are on the side of the fence where the bad thing didn't happen to you. I don't understand where the PTSD is coming from.
We lost 34 wins right now. We lost 2 of our 3 best pitchers, and we have no idea when they're coming back. That's why we're a little nervous right now, Jared, despite our initial success. Jared Carabas is with us from DraftKings, MLB Insider. Real quick, because I'm not watching him because I don't want to watch him, but I don't have to. What's up with Philly? I know that they got their star back, but they got some injuries. Why the Phillies? Is this like a hangover thing? What's up with them?
Yeah, I feel like, you start the season without Bryce Harper. Even though he's come back, they haven't really gotten it going. Like, they played the Toronto Blue Jays, and they played well against them. They lucked out. They had, like, a little throw-in error, walk-off. Bo Bichette made an error yesterday for them to win. But, it's that spark, Like, I feel like the Philadelphia Phillies last year, they got hot at the right time, which is why I think you sort of see some teams like the Mets spending big, and then you have other teams that maybe don't have their foot on the gas there so much financially, because it's like, well, look at the Phillies. Like, they didn't spend a ton of money. They just got in, and they got hot at the right time, and boom, you're in the World Series. The Atlanta Braves, no offense to Will Smith, but, when you have guys like that closing out games, then maybe you're like, teams are like, oh, we don't have to spend $100 million on a proven closer or whatever. So, I think with the Philadelphia Phillies, they will get going. Same thing with the Mets. You guys know these are not 2 teams that are going to have losing records. So I do understand your concern where it's like, all right, well, if the Braves had a rough patch and then, water finds its level, the Phillies start playing better, the Mets start playing better, then maybe we have a little bit of a competition. But at the end of the day, when you stack up the talent between these 3 teams, it's not even close. The Braves are the best team in the division.
Well, I'm not going to debate that, but I'm still a little worried. All right, man. Great stuff, Jared. We look forward to talking with you, man. DraftKings MLB Insider. What's the podcast again? Baseball's Dead. I love that name. I love that.
Baseball is Dead, yes, with Dallas Braden. He's the color guy
Good
for
dude.
The Oakland A's broadcast.
Yeah.
And then you have Jay Hay. He used to be the producer of Baseball Tonight. And then our guy Joey, the Atlanta Braves fan, he's a baseball YouTuber. He's got like 500,000 subscribers called Baseball Doesn't Exist. So we've got a nice little blend of baseball minds.
No, that's awesome. Did Dallas address the Kuiper thing on this podcast? I'm curious.
He put out a statement on Twitter.
Okay. All right. Just curious. That's the A's announcer who misstepped. Hey, man, great job, Jared. We appreciate you. We'll talk soon, man. Thanks again.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Cool. He's got a lot of confidence in the Braves. Listen, I don't think anybody's debating we've got a good club, but you've got a rough patch that you've got to maneuver.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, and you're not going to go and find a trade partner. It would be silly to even ask because there's no reason a general manager would even answer your phone call. You're going to wait till the trade deadline. Then you'd have 6 or 7 teams. You got leverage. You get the best deal. You get the asset, maybe the Braves, the prospect they don't want to part with. So I get all that. But, I mean, I just don't think you shouldn't be sweating losing Max Fried and Kyle Wright. And I still don't know exactly when they're coming back.
Mike, what's that right there?
That right there?
Yeah. Snake!
It's on my wall. Is it a good snake or is it a bad snake? Carl told me to kill it. And apparently you just killed the nicest snake in the neighborhood. Also, after you kill a snake, you got to take a shower. What does Carl Dukes have in common with 23-year-old female millennials?
for fun. It's time for Guy Talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, boy. Brought to you by Dukes of Bell Hey Man Ale. 2 flavors. Get our watermelon lime. Our Brewmaster Taylor just made a fresh batch. And just ask your package store or your favorite supermarket to go get it for you. Georgia Crown does the distributing. So go look for Hey Man Ale. It's an essential for the golf course or the beach this summer. All right, doing the yard work. It's, again, I've become my father. It's unavoidable. So making the trips down to Home Depot, I come back doing some work in the yard, look up, and it's, there's a snake on the wall over my patio, and he's about halfway up the wall, and I went over and took a picture of it. It's at Mike Bell ATL. And like everything else on social media, Carl, 116 responses from our audience. And varying degrees of, yes, kill it, don't kill it. Because I said, yo, nature lovers, good snake or bad snake. Last spring, about the same time, came across a copperhead that was sunning itself. I texted Carl. He goes, it's a copperhead.
Bad snake, bad snake.
And by the time I retrieved the shovel, first I asked him, I said, can I use a 38 on it? And you said, you idiot, you'll ricochet, you'll either kill yourself or hit a neighbor.
Correct. I mean, you're not a marksman.
No, but hold on,
You're
no.
not a sniper.
No.
Right?
Time out. If I do the John Wilkes Booth, how am I going to screw that up? Get right behind the snake and pow, I blow his snake brains all over.
You're not going to get behind the snake.
Again, arm's length.
It doesn't happen like
Knees
that.
bent, fiery position, pow, blow his little snake brains
You
out.
have watched way too many movies. And by the way, I will repeat this, and I'm sorry if I offend people. The only good snake is a dead snake.
Well, not according to a number of our audience, including the esteemed reptile expert Chip Towers of the HAC. From Dog Nation, he says, that's a good one, and it looks like he's good and full. Yes, he's a snake, and there was a lump in his middle, which could be a chipmunk or another snake, according to a number of people who reached out to me and sent me links to other websites. Georgia Snake Identification Education page, you can look that up before you decide to kill the snake or let it live. The snake that's up my wall, it battles the bad snakes and kills all sorts of bad critters. The problem is...
It's up the wall. It's in the house.
What's it doing going up the wall, outside wall?
Uh-oh.
Just had my gutters and roof done, so a lot of people are saying it's going to get in the attic. So Becky's already up there throwing mothballs everywhere. How are you going to find it anyway with the insulation? You never see it.
No, not going to find it.
I want to know. And if there's anything in the attic, he's eating it.
Yeah. I mean, this is where...
Matter of fact, if he wants to come down, I'll open up that little door, that ladder that comes down from the attic. He can come down and eat the cat, which kills the couches. It always claws the leather sofas.
This is one of those situations where somebody's going to go to the bathroom and you're going to look up and it'll be hanging from...
Yeah.
It'll be hanging. It'll be looking right at you. Now, listen, there are the rat snakes that are good for the yard and take care of the critters, and that is true. Right. Here's the deal. When I run into these snakes, Mike, I don't have time to decipher who's good and who's bad. If I threw 10 snakes out at you right now, okay, and you're one of these folks who are like, well, don't kill that one. I'm not a snake expert, okay? All I know is snake. Right. That's all I sense.
Well, as long as he's not moving too rapidly, the internet has given us many different options to know exactly what snake you're engaging with.
Oh, yeah. Let me look on my phone while this snake is moving across my yard.
A couple of guys. Here's probably the response of the day from, I guess it's K.E. Edwards. He goes, if he bites you and you don't die, good snake. If he bites you and you do die, bad snake. Good rule of thumb.
That's one way to look at it.
So I hit him back with that. Remember the old NBC, the Mo You Know?
The Mo You Know.
So another guy says, apparently if it's red and black, give it a whack. There's a couple of little sayings
well,
about
the red and black touch.
Correct.
That's the thing.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So but the consensus was it's a rat snake, harmless to humans, excellent pest control. As a matter of fact, even engages and will ward off copperheads.
Well, the copperhead thing, I did not know that, but I told the story earlier. My terrier was outside a couple of years ago barking like crazy, and I walked back behind the shed area, and there's this big black snake chilling. And I'm like, what is that? And I did not know. And it's just there's no colors. It's just black, Mike. And I left because I was going to get the shovel and, freaking out because I'd seen one in the garden earlier about probably 6 weeks. And I don't know if it was the same one or they were related, but he was gone. He was sunbathing and then he was gone. And I have not seen him. And by the way, we don't have any rat issues, no pest control. So I don't know.
But you and I, we got a big wooded area, almost 100 yards between houses. So there's a lot of critters. Sometimes I don't want to know what's back there. Well, after a hard day of laying sod and engaging with snakes, you'll want to take a shower and clean it up. If you missed the show last week, Carl takes, on average, 3 showers a day, and some are more than a half hour.
This is true.
Some are even 45 minutes.
So fresh and so clean.
Well, apparently you and the average 23-year-old woman have a lot in common.
What are you talking about?
Gen Zs and millennials are hot for getting clean, according to the New York Post. The newest trend trend in the grooming is the everything shower, which entails taking an extremely warm, steamy shower for 2 to 4 hours.
Okay, no, that ain't me. No, that ain't me.
Soaping every nook and cranny, shaving the parts ladies have to shave.
Yeah.
And then apparently luxuriating, exfoliating, showering, etc. That's no wonder these millennials are broken living with their parents. They're taking 4-hour freaking showers.
Well, listen, you do have to manscape sometimes. All right?
Yeah, but I mean, still.
But 4 hours is ridiculous. You guys thought it was a big deal when I said 30 minutes or more, and everybody's like, what?
Yes.
2 to 4 hours?
Baking influencer Nicole, only known by her first name. I average about 45 minutes, but once or twice a week, I'll take that 3-hour shower.
Wow.
I mean, you got to be kidding. You know how much grass you could water in a 3-hour shower? Take it from me. I'm trying to keep that fescue alive.
That's unreal. No, listen, but the idea that most people, I think, on our poll, Mike, was 15 to 20 minutes, like that was a lot. And most people were in that range. Very few people were 25 to 30, 45-minute shower.
Well, like if you're a woman, you got to shave your legs and condition the hair. I get that, but I still know you in this 45-minute. You're out of your mind with this 45-minute shower.
Until you experience the Jets.
Again, I've got the crappy old shower. Ergo, the Falcons need to cover.
Well, if your shower is crappy, and I'm not speaking to you.
No, it's an old shower.
Not you, but I'm saying you listening. I understand why you don't want to take a hot shower. The water comes out like...
It does. The house is tip-top. We got everything's new. Kitchen's brand new. You saw the deck. I put the money into that. But the bathrooms look like Caesar's Palace hotel rooms from 1997.
Wallpaper.
I mean, no gold fixtures. I mean, but again, it's the pain in the ass of having to bring, contractors in for however long it takes to redo the damn bathroom.
Yeah.
Not to mention the 25 to 30 grand it's going to cost me.
Well, listen, when we redid ours, the goal was not just to replace. It was to upgrade.
Right.
I don't know about you guys. I say this all the time. We spend a lot of time in the bathroom, okay? Whether you realize it or not. And that's part of that is showering. So that was the desire was, hey, if we're going to do this, let's do it right. So, Mike, once you've done that, and I said this, once you've been in like a hotel and the pressure's great and the hot water is awesome, you don't want to get out of that shower.
Right. I know, like I said, maybe when I get to that, because whenever, I've been in the big hotels we stay at in Vegas, it has all the jets and the multiple angles and a bench. But I'm not going to sit in the shower and read War and Peace or listen to the White Album from the Beatles, but that's what people apparently do.
Well, and there was also a feature that you could add, and I didn't do it, but like the sauna feature, where you want to recover and you can sit in there. Oh, come on. There's so much.
Yeah. See, we got a half bathroom off the kitchen, like when we have guests over and stuff, and that bathroom is tipped. That's new. That's all upgraded. The guys I bought the house from did that.
Because that's the one that people see.
Correct. So I might never fix this, and I will live in and by the time I fix the shower and everything, 1997 Caesar's Palace will be back in stock.
It probably will, because everything comes back around.
We'll mirror everything. Hey, real quick, we're talking about scary critters. Here's a scary story. Bunch of beachgoers down in Alabama apparently freaked out when they saw an alligator swimming in about 3 feet of water. Tourist seaside getaway turns into a scene from a horror movie. WBRC got a video from a guy who was vacationing named Matt Harville. Harville and his girlfriend having a beautiful day on Dolphin Island, down near Mobile Bay.
Yeah.
And apparently there's a gator out there. They spotted a huge reptile frolicking in the waves. And again, we know that the ocean is the shark's house.
That's not normal, though.
Well, apparently gators, they also pay visits to the shark's house. And if they see a shark, they eat the shark.
Yeah, I got to tell you, he's out there, and these canals and all this stuff, they run to the ocean. I get it, but you don't usually see that.
By the Ritz-Carlton in Naples, there's a nature preserve, and once there was an alligator in there, and I was like, okay, I'm never going kayaking, doing that stuff back there. But anyway, guys, apparently they didn't, they called nature, or, whoever control the animal critter control, the thing just kept swimming around, and people just didn't go in the water. Apparently, every once in a while, you will see, because alligator's fresh water, according to this article from the paper down there.
That's why you don't see it.
But every once in a while, they'll go out there, usually looking for food. Okay. And they kick it out there in the salt water, and they bring it back. And then the alligator takes a 45-minute shower.
Well, everybody's doing it.
Well, it takes a lot of exfoliating.
Get the salt water.
You're wearing boots. Your entire body is made out of boot material. Anyway, there's your guy talk here on a Thursday.
We got more on the schedule, including who the Cowboys are starting with. We'll tell you what we know about the Falcons schedule. It's schedule release day in the NFL, guys. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The 5 o'clock hour is brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Big enough to serve, small enough to care.
It's 5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report is brought to you by Jack Daniels. Make it count. Jack Daniels, please drink responsibly. And sponsored by MD Anderson Cancer Center on Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. It's schedule release day. And listen to this. Exactly. You're not getting anything from guys who normally give us a lot of information when it comes to the schedule. I want you to think about this. Adam Schefter, and this is how I know, I haven't talked to Shefty, but this is how I know that guys have been told, do not release anything. Shefty's last report was 2 hours ago, and it talks about the Jags signing their 5th-round pick on schedule release day.
Right.
My man Ian Rappaport is talking about how the Bills have hired an assistant coach. Guys, what we're telling you is these leaks have been cut this year. Guys are not able to give us the information. And a lot of the people that Mike and I have talked to today, I said this when we started the show, are like, look, man, I can't help you because the NFL has cracked down on this.
Yeah, there's a former Falcon player that we're buddies with, and he has not given me nothing, a whole lot of nothing. He's given us the full schedule in years past. So, like, it's an effort by ESPN and NFL Network. They want to boost this thing up. Like, everything the NFL does, guys, is done for a reason, and it's to stay in your collective consciousness throughout the entire year. From the football season itself to the draft, start with the combine, to the draft, schedule release, the mini camps, all this stuff. Basically, so you're always talking NFL, the news cycle, it's constant. But all we do know is week 1, Carolina, week 2, because if somebody snuck out the Packers schedule, that one released, probably because the owners are the fans. But the Packers is coming here with a Jordan Love and Mercedes-Benz week 2. We don't know week 3. You guys already know week 4 is the Jaguars over in London at Wembley. And then we do know from the Saints, somebody leaked that week 18, we're in New Orleans. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right.
Finish the season in New Orleans. So
that's all we got.
Those are 4 games that we have an idea. In the international games, the league does that because they want to promote internationally. So that's why we got that yesterday. How this thing's going to look at 8 o'clock and by the end of the night when we take a look at it, and certainly we'll be going through it tomorrow and talking about it. But that is where we're at, and it's a little bit different than it's been in years past. And so, with that said, Cowboys are going to open up Sunday Night Football against the Giants. We now know that. That has come out. But the opening game, the Thursday night opener on the 7th, is Chiefs hosting the Lions. And, Mike, you and I were talking about this. The Lions are an upstart team, but this is not a championship pedigree team that you've seen in the playoffs the last 4 or 5 years, and everybody's like, man, they're on the come.
Right.
I do think they're a better football team, but this was an interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, last year we got, the Buffalo Bills going to the L.A. Rams. You know, I'd rather see the Chiefs taking on the Eagles. You got to wait till, I think, November, the week before Thanksgiving? That's when that comes one out. That one comes out. I just saw it on ESPN. So you'll get that one in November for the November sweeps and all that, but for Monday Night Football. I just felt that a game, no disrespect to the Lions, but they haven't earned a shot to open the curtain raiser. That should be Cincinnati and the Chiefs. They're giving us that game late in the season, which I still don't understand.
Yeah, usually the league, when they're doing these schedules, Mike, they're like quarterback matchups. So Mahomes, Burrow, great. Mahomes, Allen, great, right? Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, great. And no disrespect to Jared Goff, to your point, but that's the matchup. But the Lions, I think, are going to be an improved team. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Speaking of improving, Tyler Algier was talking about his second season with SB Nation, and he was saying being able to find my place and get comfortable was the biggest thing. He says, when you get into this league, you want to get comfortable with the pace of the game. My mindset was all about taking it day by day, and the rest of the success will take care of itself. So I knew if I could, make a big difference, it was just about finding comfort and being able to maintain full focus each day. I think this is a great quote, and I think he's right on point. This is what every rookie has to go through. Right. And guys that they rely on other people for their jobs to be successful. I need the quarterback to hand me the ball. I need the quarterback to throw me the ball. I need the lineman to block for me. There's a lot that's at stake. And I think, Mike, getting that comfort level helped Tyler Algier become the back we saw last year when he ran for over 1,000 yards. And, he goes on to talk about, the referees and his coach. And I just thought this is some really good insight into where he's at. But we know this. We've talked to Tyler Algier. He's a good dude. Like, he came here so motivated. And when we picked him, I told you guys, I said, I really like this kid out of BYU. A lot of people didn't watch BYU games. He ran over, through, around people. The thing he didn't do a lot of, and we saw this, he didn't run away from people.
No, he initiated contact. He could run over you. Sometimes he could run by you. But and there's no knock on him. It's just Bijan Robinson is a more explosive guy who can run away from tacklers. I'd be curious to see how he keeps his positive attitude knowing that Bijan is coming here and there's going to be a lot of carries that he's going to be taken from him. One of the other cool parts of the comments, I love that he talks about his relationship with Arthur Smith and how he coached up Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
And talked about, again, I love this, how he curses out the refs. That made you and I laugh and read that earlier. Good to talk about Arthur on the sideline, like especially the last quarter of the season.
Art, man, he can lose it sometimes. We saw it last year, and then when we talked to him, obviously he doesn't want to get a fine, so he's not going to say on the air, yeah, this is what I told the refs. But trust us, he tells us, and we're like, yeah, we totally agree with you with that assessment.
The Ravens game up in Baltimore, which was one of the worst officiated games of the season against the Falcons, and we certainly had our share, including the Tampa Bay game with that ridiculous Grady roughing the passer on Brady. But in the Ravens game, one of the parabolic mics that we were using, I guess, on Falcons radio, it was hysterical. It picked up Arthur totally just completely ripping this ref a new one. And Arch and Wes are laughing because it was just laugh out loud funny. But, yeah, if you sit behind the bench, you can pick it up, but you can even watch it when you're at home on TV. You can watch the lip reading. Arthur's getting his money's worth.
All right, guys, as we await the schedule, and we bring that up just to say, we hadn't heard a lot from Tyler Algier since the draft. First time he's spoken and doing an interview with SB Nation, so we wanted to put that out there. Sources are saying the Saints are going to open the season at home against Tennessee on September 10th. That is what is being reported by one of the Saints reporters now. So, Mike, again, and we know when we're playing the Saints there, I'm looking to see if something comes out about when they come here.
Right.
Early in the season.
The other piece of information we got today, and this is something different, I guess it's Sporting News has these breakdowns. We talked about it. They ranked all the wide receiver rooms yesterday, and we were like next to last because, Mac Hollins, let's be honest, Carl, is kind of trying to establish himself as a number 2 here behind Drake London. Drake didn't have the stats to merit winning Rookie of the Year last year, so they didn't have us with a big-time wide receiver room. But then again, you got to throw in Kyle Pitts because he's kind of a guy who breaks the mold. He's a quasi tight end wide receiver. But that said, they had a breakdown today of the best defensive interior line rotations. Falcons were number 3. Interior defensive line rotations. And they talked about Grady Jarrett, talked about, because Calais Campbell's considered inside, talked about David Onyemata, Daquan Graham, all the guys, Goldman, that came back out of retirement, that we've got depth that puts us in there number 3 behind the San Francisco 49ers. How about that? Again, it's just one guy's evaluation of the talent, but it's nice to see something positive being said about the Falcons because everybody else in the country's got us freaking left for dead.
Well, I also think, Mike, it says we spent the money in the right places this offseason. Like, this is where we needed to get better. Right. And we spent enough money and got the right players that is being evaluated as such. Right. Again, I can't tell you how many sacks we're going to have. I had to see what Ryan Nielsen's defense is going to look like, how he's coming at people, stunts, etc. We'll see as the season rolls out. But I do expect us to have more sacks. Part of that is going to be this defensive interior rotation. You're going to have better players up front. And that just talent overwhelms, Mike. You can't win without better talent. And so I think that's the standpoint that you look at that and go, okay, that's going to mean something maybe down the road when we are talking about where this team is at. The other thing, guys, I want to say this, and I mentioned this as we started the show today. I know we know the first 2 games, Carolina and the Packers. Mike is on this 10-game, look at the quarterbacks we're playing thing. But we got to come out of the gate. We cannot clown around and think, well, it's going to take like 5 weeks for Ritter to figure it. No.
If it takes 5 weeks, then we're not going to see Taylor Heineken is to be under center, and Arthur Smith's going to be feeling the heat from a lot of questions from the media.
No.
We need to beat the Carolina Panthers. So, again, it's either going to be the Red Rifle or it's going to be a rookie in Bryce Young. Then week 2, we get Jordan Love that nobody's excited about. Carl and I disagree. I don't think we'll get as many Packers fans coming down. I know they're a heritage team and they always travel. I'll be just curious, unless you're right that some people are just happy to turn the page and get behind, J-Love because I'm doing Jim wrong, because A-Rod is in New York. But no, those are 2 winnable games. People do not respect the Packers. They went backwards the last 2 years as far as playoffs. Yeah. The offense wasn't great, and Aaron Rodgers isn't there. And I got to be honest. I mean, nobody knows. I know as much about Jordan Love as I know about Trey Lance, right? 1 start for this guy.
Yes, this is my interpretation. I may be completely wrong on it, but I doubt it. Most Packer fans feel like Aaron Rodgers, Mike, over the last 4 years underachieved despite the MVPs. Right. You had the best record 1 year. You lost. You went to an NFC championship. You scored 10 points. Then you had the drama off the field. I just think people are sick and tired of it. And I'm talking about Packer fans specifically. So that's why I think they're going to get behind this. And again, they still have some things there. I mean, again, it's not like they're void of talent, but it's not having Aaron is a big deal. I bet we still see. I'm not going to tell you 10,000 because that's a lot. We'll see 5,000. I mean, 5,000 to 7,000 folks.
I can live with that. And more importantly, and Carl, we talked about this earlier. I'm not trying to tell you how to spend your money because I know sports, events now, tickets and everything is at a premium. But I just would like to see some folks. I know everyone had their debates about what we should have done in the draft. Free agency was pretty much simple. Hargrave was the only big money piece, and they were able to address defensive line the other way. And I'm blown away with the secondary offensive line. That was my beef. We went and drafted. Now, again, we got to see if Bergeron can do the job, but they certainly indications are pretty strong. And whether you like Caleb McGarry coming back or not, we're considered one of the best running units in the league. So now it's just about Ritter. I'm hoping that people get behind it. I mean, it's never going to be as sexy as Mike Vick in the heyday, but hopefully people are ready to turn the page. In the first season, we've actually had money to spend, and I think we did things the right way. The draft, 10 years ago, getting Bijan Robinson would have been 100% positive phone calls. It's just the Jalen Carter thing, being a Georgia guy, got people, sideways because defense has been a need for so many years here, and they didn't appreciate what we did in free agency.
Well, I also think that just offense sells, man.
Right.
Go ask Cincinnati Bengal fans. I know a few. All right. I was at the AFC Championship game when they went to the Super Bowl and was blown away at 200 people being in a wing spot. I just, the fact is, offense sells. People are excited about these teams that have offensive firepower. And the Chiefs now, fans are spoiled because they just expect to put up 35 with Patrick Mahomes and company. It doesn't matter that the cheetah's not there. Mike, the Bills expect it. Bills fans expect it. I mean, just look around the league. And I think, if anything, whether you have your doubts, and that's fine, we're going to score more points. And that's going to get people excited. I don't care if Ritter's perfect or not, and he's not going to be. If we're putting up points, Mike, and we're interesting and entertaining, people are going to be interested in these games.
And that's the other side of this deal. And look, it was tongue-in-cheek. I was having some fun with the 417 win percentage that we've got on our schedule. We got the easiest schedule based on the opponent's win-loss record from last year. But I just hope, Carl, we're talking about the schedule. Let's hope we can throw out half the schedule and we maybe get flexed into some games because we're, going to impress some people. Maybe we'll surprise some teams. I don't know what Derek Carr is going to do in New Orleans. They got to grind out one more season out of that defensive line. It's a whole different animal when Sean Payton's not calling the shots in New Orleans.
No, big time.
And then, in Carolina, Frank Reich got fired in Indianapolis. He does have his rookie quarterback. I think they made some nice moves, but still, they're no better than we are. I think you could argue we've got some things that are better than those guys.
I feel that way. And I just want to.
And the Bucs, nobody's talking about the Bucs.
It's Baker Mayfield or Kyle Trask.
Right.
They didn't go out and draft a quarterback. I mean, I actually feel bad for guys like Mike Evans and company. You go from Tom Brady, all right, to the inconsistent. It's just what it is. The inconsistency of Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I thought Baker should have taken a pay cut and sat behind. I just for what it was Matthew Stafford for a year.
Oh yeah,
in LA. Because I'm not sure how much longer Stafford would have gone, but see what he does down there.
Yeah, and then they drafted Stetson Bennett, and again, that could turn out to be a gold mine for him,
right?
Because Stafford could walk away. Stafford's got his ring now. I mean, he's still being paid a lot of money. But Mike, at some point, he says, "I don't want to deal with these injuries." He's got two little ones. They got the twins and all that. He walks away, and what happens with Stetson Bennett? Does he just step into that job? We could see that happen. Maybe not this year, or maybe it is. We don't know. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're talking about the schedule, how it will impact this season.
Obviously, we need to score more points.
Thank you, Art. That's the key. That is all I'm asking to do. I do not want to go to the bins and see 6-3 football games. I don't.
I'm with you. I just feel this year, two things. We know this for a fact. We got to make playoffs or bust, right? Is that
playoffs?
The show statement, right, Chris? It's playoffs or bust. Put it on the internet. Playoffs or bust.
Playoffs.
Anything less than a playoffs is a fail for this season.
No doubt.
And look, we had to convince the audience a few weeks back. We had a guy call in. I don't know why Arthur Smith still got a job. Like, whoa. You won 7 games with nobodies and no money. And now we got some money and we got some dudes. The only guy is a question mark is a quarterback. And if you believe in Arthur Smith, he's got the right guy for the job because he believes in Ritter.
Perfect tease, Mike, because tomorrow on the program, we will all make our season win total predictions.
Nice.
How about that?
Outstanding. I think last year I said 6 and I think I went 6 and 11 last year.
Did you?
Yeah, so we went over, right, Chris?
Yeah, you had 6.5 because I remember when they hit the over, you were quite overjoyed.
Oh, yeah, no, but I'm saying that I predicted. I must have predicted because I bet it. Usually those are two things that are on the same page. Yeah.
I don't do those things. All right, guys, coming up, strong arm story of the day. We're going to get back into our Braves. They didn't win yesterday, but it had nothing to do with what you think it might have had to do with. We'll get into that. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell. Mike, can I tell you something about our former producer, now morning show host?
Yes, sir. Bo Morgan.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And Turtle, I don't know if you've had a chance to visit with him lately. Have you had a chance to talk with him at all, or, maybe have a conversation at all?
Well, now that he's running point, I think he's got a lot on his shoulders there, Carl. I don't want to burden the man,
Well, listen, I had Mike called him just to kind of check in, because Mike and I, listen, we're mentors, okay? We love that our guys move on from this show and have monster success. That's what we're hoping for. Bro. So I just called him the other day, and I was like, "Bring," and the phone rang, and it rang, and it rang, and it rang. And I was like, all right. And then the voicemail comes on, and no, Bo doesn't leave a voicemail. Hey, this is Bo. It doesn't sound like that, okay? But I left a message. I was like, hey, it's Duke.
But it's kind of funny to get the computer automated voice. This is the phone of Bo Morgan. He is predisposed at this time. Leave a number or your pager number, and he will respond.
Pager. So I left a message, and I was like, hey, call me back. Just checking in, man, seeing how things are going, whatever. 2 days have gone by. So I called back, okay? And I left another message. Hey, it's Dukes, man. I hope you're doing well, man. Hit me up. Let me know how the morning shift's going, all right? This fool still has not called me back. So today, while they were on air, and I told Turtle this story, I texted their producer. You know him as Dylon. Dylan, I said, Dylan, is Bo high-siding people right now? What is he's ignoring people? What's going on? Since Bo's been moved to the morning show, what's happening here?
Right.
So Dylan says, Dukes, I don't know what you're talking about, man. He calls me back all the time. And I was like, what? So apparently, Mike, someone's not taking our phone calls anymore.
Because I did text him the other day.
Did you text him?
I texted him the other day. It was a text I thought was kind of funny, making fun of someone we mutually dislike, and he never responded to that. And then, so I guess in hindsight, you're Florence Ballard, and I'm Mary Wilson. He's Diana Ross. He's left the Supremes an afternoon drive, and it's all by myself.
Yeah. I just want to
ask. I think a more modern reference, though, would be Kelly Rowland and Michelle Williams.
All right, Destiny's Child.
He's now Beyonce.
Oh, he's trying to be. Listen, is this what's happening with Bo Morgan now? Is he not returning phone calls?
Did you think
Big Bo?
He does have the office as assistant program director here at the station, brand manager. Did you feel it was strange that they added a star to the door?
Listen, folks, I don't know what's going on here, but you people who listen to the morning shift, and we hope you do.
And by the way, that's a working title. We like Squidbilly and the Breakfast Bunch.
And what about that keypad that you got to have the code to open the door now? That's new too, right?
Listen, all I'm saying is you people get the message to him, all right, that the honchos on this radio station don't appreciate him not calling us back. Or texting, or however he wants to communicate. By the way, Mike Johnson's doing a really good job on that show.
Yes, he is. Tim, the whole crew.
Exactly. Everybody's doing a good job. I just want to put it out there. So check them out, guys. They're on every morning. But, Bo, man, I'm putting our business in the street.
Yeah.
I got to put it out there.
Man, I worked with a guy you worked with him for 10 years.
Forever.
Now, I've worked with him. It's been ups and downs over 15 years, and then he ghosts you.
Wow. I missed our conversation so much so you haven't called me.
Well, that was a time, if you're honest here, I was in a support role. I was, and now we're equals. And now...
Game, recognized game, and you looking kind of unfamiliar right now.
That's all I'm saying.
Carl, it's like, in the military, you don't think the general is going to talk to the privates, right? And now when the general talking to another general, but sometimes the general don't like the other generals, and you don't get back to them.
We don't treat people like that on this show. Everybody is treated equally.
Well, I hope now that Squidbilly is now a big-time talent in a top 10 market, that he can take out his producers and buy them steak dinners when they're on the road in places like New Orleans or Miami. I hope he does that too.
Wait a minute. That sounds a little personal.
What's that?
That sounds a little personal.
No, I'm just paying forward. We did Guy Talk last hour, and I teased the story, and I never got to it because we got into my malfeasance when it comes to speeding tickets. You saw what happened with Tyreek Hill, right?
No, I did not.
So Tyreek Hill, what's the lady's name, Chris, from?
Annie Agar. She actually works for Bally Sports.
Yep, Annie Agar is an analyst, and she got a chance to do one of the laps in the 2-seater car at the Indy 500 that Mario Andretti takes people around in. And she says, now I know what it feels like to be Tyreek Hill. And then he comes back and basically shoots his shot at her, right? What's his name? You want my footage? What was the line?
Yeah, he said, if you want my number, you could just ask me.
Oh. So she comes back and says, well, I just saw a video of one of your camps. It looks like some kid already has your number because some 16-year-old kid, he was playing defensive back in this drill.
Yeah.
And this kid put a move on him, and Tyreek Hill falls down, and this kid goes down the field.
Oh, she clowned him.
So some would say she wins.
Yo, listen, Tyreek's right, though. I mean, you going to put my name out there. I mean, you want to holler at me, just holler at me.
Oh, this is how Tyreek feels at all the time, isn't it? Never felt faster, IndyCar. Thanks so much for going for the ride. And
that's cool.
When he shoots back at, hey, a number, and she goes, appreciate you, man. Saw the video of that kid at your camp, though. Looked like he already had your number.
Ooh.
Emoji stuff.
I guess he didn't respond.
But that's what went down in public. We don't know what went down in the
DMs.
That's the problem.
It goes down. It goes down in the DM.
Angie's lovely, by the way.
What?
But it's what's important and what's inside, Corey. Even if you are a lovely blonde TV sports reporter.
Yeah. So are you insinuating now? You've got me interested, Chris, that she was fronting.
Well, I think
out
she could
front
put
here,
on,
like, oh, I'm not interested, and then immediately something happened in the DM.
The public response in which she gets all the glory for clowning him. I would love to see the receipts of what happened if he slid right in.
Ooh. All right.
Hey, I mean, of all the things to say, now I know what it feels like to be Tyreek Hill.
Oh yeah.
It would just simply.
She could have used any reference there,
but it's only.
But she chose. Hill.
Yeah, and if I was Tyreek Hill, I would have shot my shot too. Why not, right?
Yeah.
Of course, you're married with kids.
Is she?
Is he?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
Baby's mom, I don't believe married.
Yeah, I have no idea.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyd Associates Personal Injury Law.
We keep talking about the run game and what it's going to mean for our Atlanta Falcons. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We will go around the yard coming up here in less than 15 minutes. Braves fall to the Red Sox last night. They'll take a trip to Toronto. Strider will be on the hill tomorrow. We'll talk more about what we saw last night. But, Mike, we had a conversation with Mike Sando from The Athletic, and I thought you asked a very good question in regards to this running back situation and comparing it when we talk about what this might look like. Everybody's trying to get this comparison thing, right? Like, what's it going to look like? Right. And I want you to hear his answer when we asked him about this, and he's in Seattle, so this is the example that he gave, but I thought it was a really good one.
I think the back, when you have a special back, it does make a difference. And so, he could be, if he's a LaDainian Tomlinson type running back, somebody who's just truly dynamic and special, and 3 downs, does it on 3 downs, helps in the passing game, all of that. And I think that totally helps the quarterback. And also, it's a rare back, really, probably, that the defense is really gearing up to, right, in game planning. I live in the Seattle area. When they had Marshawn Lynch, that helped Russell Wilson. Not just that they had a back and a good running game. Teams were defending him because he was really a special, different type of runner. You had to get multiple people on him to get him down. To me, that's different than 90% of the backs that are out there. So they signed up for, with the 8th pick, that type of back, a difference-making back. I think that does help a quarterback.
Troy Aikman used to talk about he still does from time to time on the broadcast, how much Emmitt Smith helped him, in the Cowboys when he was still learning his way in the NFL.
I don't think we can underestimate this as to how much it's going to help Desmond Ridder. I also think, Mike, this is unfair to Ridder. Some people think that because we're putting this onus on the running game, that he doesn't need to be great. That's not what we're saying. He still needs to be able to make plays. He's still going to have to elevate his game. And, Mike, what you hope is, as he gets more comfortable and the run game is in place, that all of a sudden now he takes the next step, right? I think we're going to see this progression, guys, from Ridder not having to do as much to maybe in a year or two, Ridder is leading and doing way more than we expected because he's going to become that guy. That's what you got to hope. Mike, and I don't know if he's that guy. I don't want to jump the gun, but if he is, then that's what we're going to see because there's this thing that happens with quarterbacks in this league. You can try to protect me all you want and do all these things that make me better, but eventually I still have to win games for you. I still got to make plays.
Troy Aikman, by the way, that year he's talking about is first full season was 1990. I'm just looking at the numbers. Let's see here. It's interesting because he talks about how Emmitt Smith did help his development from one year to the next. 11 touchdowns that year for Troy Aikman, 18 interceptions. Okay. Emmitt was just shy of 1,000 yards. I'm just giving you one. Obviously, that was a really well-built team, and they kept adding pieces. Next season, Troy Aikman flips those numbers around, and he had he had more touchdowns, and Emmitt had a nice year, 1,500 yards rushing.
Crazy.
So it does help, and they did run the ball more than throw it back then with Dallas. A lot more if you look at the numbers.
Yeah, Novacek, obviously the playmaker. Right. They were balanced though, Mike. You still had to defend against all of that. And
that's year they lost to Detroit in the playoffs. Troy was only 11 touchdowns a year and 10 interceptions. Now, fast forward to the year I was going to go to the Super Bowl. The numbers are off the charts for everybody. Yeah, for the playmaker and Jay Novacek and everybody else.
It looks great, man. All right, that's Mike Sando. By the way, you're going to hear the full interview coming up next hour. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, but nobody here in Atlanta is going to have any patience for an 11 touchdown, 18 interception season. So he's going to have to be better than that.
Well, I think those numbers, like in a 17-game season, let's just say he plays every game, which we think he will. Those numbers are bound to be, Mike, you should be able to throw 20 touchdowns by closing your eyes. I mean, seriously. That's where we're at. So in this league now, if you're not throwing 20, 25 touchdowns, I just think, we're behind the 8 ball, or maybe he's not as good as we thought. I do not have the expectation of him having 11 or 15 touchdowns.
But it is interesting. The playmaker goes for 1,300. Alvin Harper only caught 562 yards. I'm just using the Cowboys as a benchmark. Everybody knows the Cowboys. Yeah. But it is interesting how much they leaned on Emmitt Smith in those years, including that the third year when they go to the Super Bowl and win it.
He's a beast, man. He was. And let me ask you this. And is it unfair to say that Max is Alvin Harper here?
Yeah.
Does that equal?
I mean, I could see that. I mean,
he had 600 yards last year.
Certainly, he could be, and he's going to be the number. Then and the other thing is the wild card is they had Novacek in his prime, but Pitts is that quasi wide receiver tight end who's going to stretch the field and be used in multiple formations all over the place.
Yeah. What do you guys think, man? We have a new phone number, by the way, Atlanta. 404-726-0929. That's 404-726-0929. As we talk about this, and I think the examples there are tons of them as you start thinking about what this might look like. And some guys already hit me up. Cowboys, they won 3 chips, man. Y'all, well, that's what we need to compare it to. We're trying to give you the look of what this might replicate. You know, what the replication of that might be. I'm not going to look at a team that never achieved anything. I'm putting this on a level where we have enough playmakers to do the kind of things that we want to do.
Yeah, man, and the big question for me is, again, there's the question I don't have is Bijan Robinson. I know he's going to be playing, but I said this a million times. Can Ritter handle the situation, and who is going to emerge? Maybe we're not going to have one specific leader with like double-digit sacks. We just told you got so much depth, so many different places where the pass rush can be coming from, outside linebacker, the edge, the rotation of everything from the old guys to the young guys. But again, at the end of the day, the biggest question mark, the X factor, every time we talk about it's Ritter. And hopefully Ritter can handle it. And if he can't, then the good news is you got a pretty solid backup. And we hope that's never going to be the option.
All right, the other thing we're talking about, obviously, is the schedule. Guys, if you're just joining us, just tuning in to Atlanta's #1 sports station, its #1 sports show, Dukes and Bell, we are still awaiting some of these leaks that have come out. It's been slow today, guys. Slow drip. But we do know 4 of the Falcon games, the opener, Carolina, Packers come to town week 2. We do know that we're going to London, obviously, early October. And then you have week 18, which is the Saints, which is where we have to go to New Orleans. Really outside of that right now, we're just waiting to fill in some of these blanks, specifically for our Falcons.
It is pretty funny. A guy just hit us up on Twitch going, come on, you know the games, give it to us. No, sir, we don't. Everybody's on radio silence. Some teams more than others. Somebody leaked the Packers, so we know that one. Carl just gave it to you, man. The only reason we know the Packers are coming in week 2 is because somebody leaked the Green Bay thing because the owners are the fans, I suppose.
Yeah, and a lot of times, with these situations, and now, I'll be honest with you, the countdown's on. Like, 8 o'clock schedule release, okay? Usually, okay, over the last 8-9 years, whatever it's been, we've known 9 or 10 games by now. I mean, we will have filled in the blanks based on a lot of teams' other schedules. That has not played out this year, and I just think the NFL clamped down a little bit more, trying to make sure that some of this information does not get out because they don't want to take away from the steam that is the schedule release.
Well, remember, who was it? A couple of years ago, they got on somebody, I don't know if it was Jay Glazer. Somebody was leaking the picks before the picks came out. Maybe it was Ian Rappaport or whoever it was. And
at the draft.
At the draft.
Yes.
And people are look, I'm watching this TV show. It's like, it's like you're walking into a movie. He dies in the end.
Yep.
You don't want that. You're trying to build an audience up for tonight. Again, this would be nothing 30 years ago, but now, like everything else the NFL does, it becomes an event. They want to keep it that way.
Yeah. The schedule release was nothing, guys. When I first started in this business, it was like, here's who they're playing. People didn't care. It was like, okay, big deal. Now, everybody is so much more in tune to what's going on with their teams, the players. Everybody cares. And I think also, Mike, the other part of this is most people now, it used to be like, you're going to go to a game this year. We plan our lives around these schedules.
Right. And again, whether it's anybody who's, a fiance who's just so cruel and insensitive to book a fall wedding, that's just wrong, Carl. But again, whether it's your favorite college football team or your pro team. But yeah, I mean, this is something I know for many Falcon fans, the Saints trip is always a trip they make. This year, it's the last week of the season, so it'll be like second week in January. But the Saints is always one you make. Charlotte's easy. We took over Charlotte the other time. Just didn't win the game. And Tampa Bay, the good news is, even when they're winning, you can always get a ticket down in Tampa Bay. So a lot of Falcon fans, it's a 6-hour drive. It's easy pleasing.
Yeah. Nashville's on the schedule this year, too.
Right.
Tennessee. So, are we watching Will Levis by the time we play Tennessee? We don't know because we don't know if that game's going to be early or if it's going to be later in the year. If it's probably later in the year, my guess is Will Levis is playing. So,
yeah, man. And then how many times will we get flexed if we're doing well? I said this to Carl earlier in the show. Perhaps we're going to take advantage. The league sees we're a sexy team all of a sudden. And wouldn't that be something? Just like in 2008. I mean, Carl, there was times, the old joke was the 99 season, we had like 4 games in prime time, and they were all terrible games. And the joke was the Falcons killed Monday Night Football. And that's why a few years later they moved it to ESPN off of ABC. But now, with the flex and the opportunity, perhaps, if we're playing well, maybe we get a few more games. And who knows? Maybe the Aaron maybe the Aaron Rodgers game. We're playing the Jets will be prime time. Get flexed.
I kind of hope so. But if you win in this league, you guys know this. Coming off the Super Bowl, right? We had primetime games. You know, that next year we go to the playoffs. But, Mike, you win in this league or you have star power.
Right.
Bijan Robinson turns into a star. Pitts turns into a star. I'm talking about a legitimate star. They're going to want to put them in prime time. That's what happens.
People want offense, and Arthur Smith says we got to score more points. You're right. I mean, I just think folks are so still hung up on the whole thing with Jalen Crowder. Hopefully we turn the page on that thing. Let's get behind this team, and hopefully we'll sell this thing out. Keep those Packers fans out. Keep those Carolina fans out weeks 1 and 2.
This was jamming, boy. Wasn't it? You remember this?
Little Korean dude, right?
Yeah, man. I had heard this in
Psy, Gangnam Style.
Wow.
Gangnam Style.
All right.
Crank it up, man.
Coming up around the yard.
We started the show with Run DMC.
That's right. That's right. And now we're here. Gangnam Style. All right, we're coming back. We're going to go around the yard with the Braves. How concerned are you? Because we are a little bit, probably even more so after last night. It wasn't about Dylan Lee, though. We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Acuna for life. Yeah, he was hot last night. But that's the norm, right? I mean, Acuna's been great this season.
Him and Rosario, that's about it.
But the Braves lose last night, guys, to the Red Sox. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9. The Game. It was a quick two-game set. 5-2 was the final score. The story last night, though, Mike, was the bullpen. As the Braves are off today, it was kind of weird because, we didn't get to their starter, Bello. He was really good, and Brian Snicker was talking about that. But it was more about the guys at the back half of our bullpen.
Yeah, McHugh, dead to me. Niedermeyer, dead. It was frustrating. And it was funny because I'm watching this, and I was like, wow, can't Dylan Lee pitch? No, I guess he can't. So he was out, and then everything started with a leadoff walk. That's always the worst possible way to start an inning. And then, unfortunately, look, give credit. Bayo, the kid, I've never seen him pitch before. That dude is pretty darn good.
Is it Bello or Bayo?
Bayo. Frenchie was talking about him last night. He's got tremendous movement on his fastball. Guy's got everything. He's got a nice mixture of speed. And I mean, the guy had location. So we were struggling. Austin Riley, I mentioned Rosario. Austin Riley did get on base. No, unfortunately, he couldn't knock anybody in or nobody was on base. But Riley did have a couple of really good base knocks last night, too.
The storyline was the guy that a lot of you wanted out of here, which was weird to me because he was really good and led the league in saves last year. And that was Kenley Jansen. He saved the game last night for the Red Sox. He becomes the seventh player in Major League history to earn 400 saves. So when you talk about Kenley Jansen, should I say, Mike, part of the discussion was we were coming off of Will Smith.
Right.
He kept us on edge. I mean, we were always kind of nervous.
There were rarely stress-free nights.
And then, you go from that to Jansen, who, again, led the league in saves, but there were times where he made us nervous. Right. And so at the end of last season, we already had acquired Raisel Iglesias, and you were like, okay, we know he's going to be the closer, so they were able to move on. But 41 saves last year. If you're wondering how the 400 saves rack up, just out of curiosity, Mariano Rivera has over 600 saves. So he's not even close to the all-time leader, but this is a pretty significant accomplishment and a milestone for Jansen, who becomes the first reliever since Detroit's Francisco Rodriguez, Mike, in 2016 to reach his 400 save mark. So that's a cool thing, but it was weird to see him do it against the Braves, considering what he did for us last year.
And Murphy's Law tonight when Raisel Iglesias, who's certainly was, and we looked at the numbers, hadn't pitched in a couple of nights, was very rusty. And that's maybe why I said, why does Snicker out there? It wasn't a save situation. Maybe it was just simply giving some work. But unfortunately, it coincided with Kenley Jansen coming in and hitting that milestone. I just thought the whole bullpen, and Minter is driving you crazy right now. He's in a really rough patch. His ERA, Carl, is 7.55, so he's struggling. And I presume he'll get out of it, but it just maybe there was some pressure of being the guy out of the bullpen. He blew some saves. He's a pitcher of record last night, so he takes the loss last night. But getting back to your point, I just thought Will Smith was so it stressed you out, and then was able to get it done. And then last year, Jansen had that wobble. It was like, June, July, we talked about it, and it seemed like he came. Maybe all relief pitchers, maybe everybody does it, but it just seemed like you wanted more stability. So ironically, bad nighting for Iglesias last night. They do have a night off, thankfully, after using 8 pitchers last night in the Braves.
Acuna's home run, by the way, was the longest of his of the season, the 4th longest of his career. He's just crushing the ball right now, man. The good news for the Braves, even though they lost, was Darno was back last night, and Snit was talking about it.
Yeah, he looked good. He wasn't rusty. I mean, he did a great job, like I knew he would. Had some good at-bats and got through 9 innings. He didn't catch 9 innings there, but I thought he did it was very encouraging the way he held up.
Now, one of the things Mike and I were talking about is Dodd and Schuster being able to come up and stay up. Like, be here and be accountable and reliable, right? Like, that would be a big step. So we don't have to worry about these bullpen starts every 5th day or whatever it's going to be. I do not think, by the way, that's going to be the situation. They handled it last night because they got the news from Fried and Ian Anderson about their return. And, okay, well, this is what we'll do.
Kyle Wright. Yeah.
Kyle Wright. But this is what we'll do. I think, Mike, we're going to see these guys thrown into the rotation because we need them. We need Dodd. We need Schuster to pitch. And even if they're not pitching well, it's one of these things we kind of got to ride it out if you're not going to make a move between now and the trade deadline.
But this, and you and I were talking about it yesterday, looking at all the moves that Alex Anthopoulos, Carlos, had to make going all the way back to 19, 20, 21. You've always had it, and it was it would be Go back and look at it. Kyle Wright comes up into a pressure situation, or Ian Anderson was in a pressure situation. And Folty, remember, we had high hopes for Folty. Eventually, he just couldn't get traction. Newcomb just couldn't last. Remember, they had to put him in the bullpen. Blew it. He was at one good season as a starter.
Sean Newcomb, yeah.
Hopefully, though, these guys are going to be able to step up. The Dylan Dodd. And I love this. Remember the game in the Cardinals? You and I were so psyched. Okay, he looks good.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like he's a little more ready. Although Schuster, I guess Schuster considered the higher prospect. Either way,
he is pitching prospect.
Do it. I mean, just get it done, and then you don't have to force Alex's hand. But it's still something that I think Braves fans, and you and I talked about it yesterday with Grant. You just don't know when you got all that production, all those wins, and you don't know when these guys are coming back. So you will have to do something at the trade deadline, regardless of what these guys do.
Snit was also saying, just basically simplicity, guys. We didn't score enough last night.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, we handled it all. We just didn't score enough runs, obviously, but. Yeah, got through it really, in good shape.
Snit being mid-season form from Snit. Yeah, the only guys who struggled last night, Ozzie struggled, Olsen struggled at the plate, but again, Bayo was really dealing. That's a good pitcher, Brian Bayo from the Sox. So you split with these guys, you'll get 2 more with them. Everybody else in the American League, you're playing 3 games this year.
Yeah, they celebrated last night. The clubhouse stayed closed for Jansen for about 20 minutes as the team celebrated his accomplishment. That's kind of cool. Alex Cora is the manager. I think that's what you should do. When you hit these milestones, they're not everybody's not doing this. Like, everybody's not going to have 400, 500 saves. So he's been doing it a long time. He was with the Dodgers for 12 years, guys. We forget how good he was with the Dodgers all those years. And then when he comes here, he helped us last year. Again, 41 saves. Where is this team without his 41 saves last season? So. Right. Congratulations.
He was good. Maybe Craig Kimbrell, all the good ones go through these little wobbles. It just last year, I think because we had post-traumatic Will Smith syndrome, it just made it more. Made it more aggravated when Kenley. You know what it was? Fans who didn't watch Kenley with the Dodgers, it was all about the motion. It was the throwing motion that drove people crazy.
Well, we thought the pitch clock was going to affect him this season. Right.
Like a walking balk.
But it hasn't. Right. It hasn't really done that. All right. Next up for the Braves, by the way, is Toronto. We mentioned that Strider is going to be the starter tomorrow. We'll get more into this with Grant McCauley, but and we had a gentleman on earlier today, Jared Carabas, who was talking to us. He's not worried about the Braves, and this is an outside view. We're an inside view.
He's up in New England for DraftKings, right?
Correct. He works for DraftKings MLB Insider. What I mean by that is people see our record, and they go, oh, the Braves are rolling. I mean, they're up 7 games on the Mets. They're not as in tune to what we've got going on here. And for Mike and I'm just telling you, I agree with Mike. I don't think you just look at this and go, wow, we just lost 2 major starters. One guy was a 20-game winner, and the other guy, well, he's arguably our ace. We'll be fine for the next 2 months.
Right.
You hope that's the case, but you don't just look at that and don't do anything about it. And the point is, Jared, who was great on the air, he was just like, look, the Braves are better than everybody else. And maybe that's something, Mike, we haven't come to the realization of. Maybe, even without Fried, maybe even with the injuries we've encountered, we're just better than everybody else.
Younger guys, the system they've built up with the arms, maybe you're more prepared for this than any other team in baseball. But, yeah, I mean, it gives you pause. Now, on the positive side, Mets lost today, got skunked by the Reds. Here's a fun fact. Mets lose 5 series in a row for the first time in a decade.
And they still have that $350 million payroll. Yeah.
Cohen's going to try to sell the team? No, but this is going to be interesting to see how they, with more pressure on them than we've got, are they going to continue to do this? Because if that's the case, don't worry about the Mets. And the Phillies are in their own kind of like post-World Series hangover.
Yeah. When this is all said and done, by the way, when the luxury tax kicks in, the Mets are paying over $400 million. This is a year where they were supposed to buy a World Series, right? Now, we know their closer's out. That's been known. But this has been completely underachieving for Steve Cohen. And we are, some people say, overachieving. I don't believe that. I think we were a better team even before the season started, and now it's just playing out.
Right. Hey, by the way, earlier in the show, if you missed it, we had an incident earlier this afternoon at my house. There was a snake. Turns out it was a good snake. Carl at first thought it was a bad snake, that I should kill it because there's good snakes out there that kill the bad snakes. And then I put up the picture of Mike Bell ATL, and a lot of guys said, no, it's good. It's a rat snake. It kills the bad snakes and varmints. It's a good snake. Then a guy just hit me up named Logan who says, while that's correct most of the time, there are certain copperheads that do not have the Hershey pattern and have an aberrant pattern such as these. So basically, it could have been a copperhead. I just hit him back and I said, You're not helping.
Yeah, well, look, I told you guys, I'm not a snake expert.
I mean, if you're trying to make me feel...
A good snake is a dead snake.
Well, my wife has got enough mothballs in the attic. It's going to smell like my grandmother's house by the time I get home.
Yeah, I don't think Becky's going to the bathroom anytime soon. Hey, man, we got more to get to. Top 3 at 6. Also, you hear our conversation with Mike Sando from The Athletic. He covers the NFL. Great stuff as we await more schedule drops. We'll tell you what we know next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Tick, tick, tick. We are waiting for the schedule release. 8 o'clock tonight. And we will find out. They'll put those premier primetime games up first because those are the ones that, of course, the networks want to promote. And then, Mike, we're going to get a sense of what the Falcons' schedule is going to look like. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, guys. We've been talking about this all day, and it's been one of the weird days from the standpoint of even a lot of other teams. Think about what you've seen out there. Like you would think, oh, the Chargers. Who cares about the Chargers? Nothing.
No. I mean, guys, I said this earlier because we have a couple of good friends. Our buddy Greg Hughes works for NBC. He's a big Packers fan. And part of the reason the Packers schedule leaked is some of the fans are involved in the board. And, because the owners are the fans down there. And some guys actually get access to this. They're probably not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah.
But that's why, and Carl laid it out earlier, all of the guys who are either known as or like to be thought of as NFL insiders are zipping the lip. Okay, nobody's dropping it because the NFL has also limited. And for instance, you and I got two guys who normally we get our information from the Falcons, and both these guys nope, it's the non-starter. Can't give you anything this year. So teams in the league have certainly clamped down in an effort to create even more of an event for what this is tonight when they release it.
And it's huge. I mean, it is. I mean, the NFL does an amazing job of this, guys. As we talk about, there's about 5 different events. And I consider the season to be an event because once the season starts, all we care about is the games. So that's an event, right? And then you talk about the playoffs, an event, the Super Bowl. And then you get to the offseason, free agency, and the draft, an event. Even the combine now is considered that. And then this is the last one before we start to focus in on our teams and minicamp and rookie minicamp. Rookie minicamp for our guys starts next week. The Carolina Panthers are doing their rookie minicamp. So this is happening around the league, and I think, Mike, this is the last one where everybody's like, okay, and it becomes a big deal. And the NFL has invested a lot of money in this thing with the schedule release and their partners, and so this is why it's been scaled back. I'm talking about the information released,
no leaks,
scaled back.
No leaks. Basically, that's it. It's no leaks. So we do know, as you guys have heard all afternoon, just a review.
And by the way, that's not some kooky guy on social media going, I've got the schedule.
No.
We're not talking about
That's not real. We got the Carolina Panthers, week 1, Packers, week 2. Don't know who's week 3. Week 4, we're in London, October 1st, to take on the Jaguars. And then we can figure that maybe when we play the Jets, if we're doing well, that might be a game that gets flexed to prime time. That would be kind of cool. But the only other game we know is the last game of the season, week 18 in New Orleans against those dreaded Saints.
All right. And, that probably means we get the Saints fairly early, I would guess. But we'll see when they come here because that's always a fun game and a rivalry game. But with our away schedule, Mike, again, we're talking about Titans, the Bears, we're talking about the Jets. You said that might even be a primetime game, which if it was going to make sense to me, it really would be. I put this out there this morning because this was one of the leaks, and I think part of it is the NFL wants to let people know, hey, this is a big deal to us, but the fact that the Buffalo Bills are going to the Jets on 9/11, and we talked about this on the show a few weeks ago when we said, or maybe last week when we said it's perfect on the anniversary of 9/11. Now, some people would say, hey, Giants-Jets, I get it. I don't know what the Giants situation was, but with the Jets' interest right now, this is one of those games the league is going to get totally behind on 9/11 and say, hey, primetime game.
Yeah, and then, guys, as we said, the one thing which kind of surprised, a little bit of a surprise, usually have those big games, a rematch from one of the divisional or the playoffs or the championship game, maybe even a Super Bowl rematch. Last year, you had the Buffalo Bills start against the Rams. It was huge.
That's
Buffalo
right.
was off and running. Everyone's like, wow, the Rams are dead in the water. This year, it's the Chiefs and the Lions.
Yeah.
Is somebody pulling a fast one on us?
No, I did a double take, too, when I saw that because, this is the first game of the season. We're talking September 7th, right? So that's going to be that Thursday night. And the Lions, for what it's worth, do you build on last season, Mike? Remember we had this discussion a few years ago with our Falcons. We were talking about, how much of last season do you build on and momentum? They won 8 of their last 10. They had some momentum. Remember, guys, they went in, and I think it was Green Bay at the end of the season, right? They weren't playing for anything, and everybody's, and Green Bay ends up losing the game and not going to the playoffs.
Right, and that's why we talked about, Aaron Rodgers and where he is in his career right now, because if you go back and look at it, the Packers offense, the stats weren't great. they certainly, I think no one disagrees, they missed Devontae Adams. And eventually it was Christian Watson, the rookie, kind of came along. But there was no 1,000-yard receiver last year for Aaron Rodgers. And he kind of, didn't give you the magic. It's the stuff we always, when I talked about, Trey earlier in the year, and then eventually he brought it.
Yeah.
There wasn't the Aaron Rodgers magic when the season was on the line last year, in my opinion.
No, I totally agree with you. Do you think this is going to work, by the way, with Aaron Rodgers?
The funny part is he makes 65% of the snaps, which then the Jets have to forfeit a first-round pick to Green Bay, and they don't make the playoffs, or they get knocked out in the first round. And then Aaron Rodgers retires to Sedona and enjoys crystals and nights in – I don't mean crystal burgers. I mean the crystals, the power crystals.
And nights in the dark room?
And nights in dark rooms, smoking mushroom tea or drinking mushroom tea or whatever. But that's his prerogative. Jets fans, they're like we talked about it here. We're playoffs or bust. They're Super Bowl win or bust right now in New York.
Yeah, we'll ask Mike Santo that same question coming up. Yeah, it was the Lions. I wanted to make sure, Mike, the Packers losing to the Lions 20-16 that last game of the season with a chance to go to the playoffs.
Right. And that's where, he had a couple of picks. The game which really, to me, stuck out, it was 2 years ago. It was the divisional round against San Francisco, where San Francisco was doing everything in their power to give Green Bay that game. And then and Green Bay just, again, San Fran's got a good defense, but Aaron Rodgers couldn't do anything, even in the red zone.
All right, guys, what do you think? We have a new phone number, by the way, and we'll be telling you this over and over so you guys can put it in your phones and make sure you update your contact info, because we know a lot of you guys just hit 92.9 The Game. But it is 404-726-0929.
That's 404-726-0929. And if you're dyslexic, 9290. No, but if you... Day just shaking his head at me behind the glass. But we got a completely new phone system.
Yeah.
And now we can trace your call. Because if you make something that you say something really stupid, we'll be at your house.
Don't scare people.
About 45 minutes, we'll be there.
Don't scare people. But here's the deal. I'm glad that we have a new phone system. It's great for us. But it also means you need to adjust a little bit. All right.
So the new part is the 404-726-0929.
All right. With that said, you can still text us. You can still call, and we will do our last call coming up. So that's the only thing that's changed. We'll do that here coming up in about 35 minutes. What else is going on today, guys, as we look at the NFL schedule? Because today is kind of their day. And this is why, when those leaks come out throughout the course of the day and it builds up to this big event tonight, it's still going to happen, but it's just not been as dramatic. With that said, we were talking about our Braves today. Red Sox and Braves last night. Red Sox split this series. Braves off today, by the way, and then play tomorrow against Toronto.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a little bit of breaking information. And Jigba got his contract, the first guy to get one of the first rounders to first get his deal with Seattle. And we just found out that Bijan Robinson got his deal.
Yeah, I just saw that.
How about that? So, one thing with the NFL, it's pretty much slated. If your team can't come to terms, it's usually because the owner's a cheapskate. Usually it was the Bengals back in the old days.
Yep.
But now it's pretty much cut and dry. Although every once in a while, if you're a Bosa, for instance, you may hold out or there's a strangeness with your agent. But Bijan Robinson signs what's pretty much a slotted deal. So it's 21. What's again, Chris?
Yeah,
21.
it's a 4-year, 21.96 rookie contract with a 5th-year option.
Yeah, usually, Mike, the dilemma now is when these bonuses are paid out, which sounds crazy. It has nothing to do with him getting more money. That ain't happening. It's
the structure of the bonus.
Yeah, this is where you are, but he's got to feel good about it. I mean, you get this done, and now you can really turn the page and move forward. So Bijan signed. Remember, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm thinking off the top of my head because I'm thinking about the 6th-round picks as well.
Right.
So we still have some work to do as far as getting those guys signed. But once you get your first-rounder signed, gravy.
Right on.
It's gravy. All right, 404-726-0929. Hit us up. Let us know what you think. We're talking about the NBA playoffs as well. I just said this to Mike, and we're going to hear from Mike Sando coming up. Tonight, by the way, it's Sixers at home against the Celtics. The Celtics, Mike, are favored in this game on the road because a lot of people think this is going to go 7. It's 3-2 right now, Sixers. Sixers could wrap this up, obviously, at home and move on to the Eastern Conference Finals. Embiid's never been past this round.
And the Sixers haven't been to the finals since Iverson, right?
Correct.
So, wow, think about it. Years, man, decades. I think Philly closes them out. You with me on this?
Boy, well, then that means Harden shows up, Mike.
Tyrese Maxey and Harden.
Yeah, that's what that's going to mean. And then the Nuggets and Suns tonight, that's also 3-2. Nuggets lead.
Now it's win or go home for Phoenix. So is Durant going to pull a 50 out of his tookus tonight or do something special?
He's got to. him and Booker are the only two guys that are doing anything. That bench is so limited. It's unbelievable.
Right.
But
and we talked earlier, Brogdon was magic last night, and the Knicks, Julius Randle goes, maybe they just want it more, talking about the Heat. So whether he was challenging his teammates, the New York media kind of got on him, but the Knicks do play to live another day, but I got a feeling Jimmy Bucket's going to finish them off.
Brunson's, is he a star or an emerging star?
Emerging star.
I think so,
But
too.
he's clutch.
He is clutch. Last night, 35 points. Right? He played all the minutes last night. He played all 48
They don't go deep on that. No, that's Thibodeau, man. He runs them into the ground, but they don't go deep.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then the other news, obviously, was the Lakers and AD, who needed a wheelchair to leave.
Now, again, so here's the deal. Yes, we live in a time where concussions are taken more serious than ever. You know, in the old days, that guy's on street. He can't say the word. And then so guys, I guess people were giving heat to Charles Barkley and to Shaq for laughing that he's getting wheeled off in a wheelchair last night. Last time we saw an NBA player in that situation, it was Paul Pierce, and that's because he had to make a number 2. But in this case, it does seem like, we should probably, I guess, as media members, we should give this a little more respect, the seriousness of it. But it's still something when you see a guy that big being rolled off that some people chuckle at.
Well, and they're saying now that from sources close to AD, he's going to be okay for Game 6.
But it's not concussion protocol?
No, he's not in concussion protocol.
Okay, but he hit his head.
I know.
But your brain is inside your head.
He's not in concussion. And Mike, I don't know if that's a function of we're in the playoffs, and if he is, we're not going to do that.
Are you telling me there's a different set of rules for games that are really important for TV ratings?
Well, there you go. So apparently he will be available potentially for Game 6. Probable right now, Mike, is the listing for AD.
Who are you? I'm Batman. Do you want to ride with Batman? Remember the old Snickers had? Where are you? Kansas City. Who are you? I'm Batman.
All right, guys, coming up, Mike Sando's going to stop by. We talked with him earlier in the show about all things NFL. Wait till you hear what he has to say about our team, specifically the run game. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Let's talk to a guy that covers the NFL for The Athletic. Mike Sando joins us right now on the waitforward.com hotline. Mike, the schedule release, everybody's anticipating, and we're trying to get the leaks, and it's just kind of, we got to wait and see. But I want to ask you about this New York deal with Aaron Rodgers. They're set to debut on Monday Night Football against the Bills on September 11th. I just want to know your gut feeling and what you're hearing about Rodgers. Is this going to put the Jets over the top?
I think it's going to get him into the playoffs. I think all bets are off once you get there, right? I mean, who you play, how healthy you are, those sorts of things. But I think they have a ceiling now that's a lot higher than it was before. They were a bottom 5 offense last year. Aaron Rodgers had a bad year last year, and they were middle of the pack on offense. Okay, they were really right in the middle. So I think he totally changes the expectations, the hope, the ability of the team. Now, has he possibly, slipped a little? We'll see about that. I think opinions will be mixed on that in the league because he didn't look as good last year, was probably had one foot out the door and had a thumb injury as well. But I think they're going to get the best quarterbacking they've gotten in a long, long time, and it's going to make a big difference.
Our argument was, to win 7 games in the toughest division in football with New England, well, obviously Buffalo and Miami are killing it, you need competent quarterback play. And maybe is that what he's, at this stage of his career, he's offering, is competent quarterback play with maybe some moments where he can bring back some of the magic? I
think he's better than that. I really do. I mean, he's MVP 2 of the last 3 years. It didn't look as good last year, but I don't think he lost his ability to throw the ball. And we saw it at times last year. He threw it amazingly. So I think he's better than that. I think what you were describing there would be if they had gotten Derek Carr or Jimmy Garoppolo, somebody who'd be a middle of the pack guy. I think Rodgers is better than that. I think he's going to be the best player on the field in at least 5 of their games.
We're talking with Mike Sando, guys, football GM podcast, 25-plus seasons of covering the NFL, writes for The Athletic. A lot of people surprised that the Chiefs get the upstart Lions. And I was saying, for those who weren't paying attention, Lions won 8 of their last 10 games last year. They were a team that's on the come, and I think there's some excitement for the first time in a long time with the Lions. And I think the NFL realizes that, hey, let's go ahead and give them a kickoff game. I actually like this game. What do you think?
I agree. I think there's tons of expectations around the Lions, which probably ultimately are not going to be lived up to. Okay? But that's why you do it in week 1. I mean, what if you do it in week 7 and they start 2-4? It doesn't have the same sizzle. So I think all these expectations that the Lions are leaning into, like you said, they finish strong, everything's in front of them, excitement. I think that's what you want in an opener. So it's a great time to get the Lions. And if they're great later in the year, hey, that's good too. Then you can slide around the schedule, right, or get them into some more of the games, and they may get some of those anyway.
It is Mike Sando with us, guys, senior writer for The Athletic here on the waitforward.com hotline. Breaking it down, let's talk about the Falcons. We've got a lot of upgrades. We spent millions and millions of dollars to get the depth on defensive line we haven't had in decades. We got depth at corner. Maybe we'll find our edge rusher here. Maybe he's in the building. But what about Desmond Ridder? Do you believe in Ridder? Because, man, this offense looks like it's going to be loaded.
I am very much interested in watching him compared to what we've been watching. Okay, I just felt the offense was really limited by Mariota last year, and watching him play. So, does that mean that I'm betting everything on Ridder? No. I mean, I think they're really setting it up to where they don't have to lean on him overly, right? Just the structure of their offense, the great weapons they've got around them now. I think certainly the running back is going to make a big difference for them, and they've already had Cordero Patterson, who's a handful himself and can do a lot of different things. So I'm generally excited for them. I don't know what to bet on Ridder. I don't know how you could be all in on it, but I'm certainly curious to see, whereas if they kept coming back with what they had, whatever that was, old Matt Ryan, declining Matt Ryan, or Mariota, that doesn't excite me. I know what that looks like. I think now we want to see what it looks like, and we haven't seen enough. He's played, I think, he started 4 games maybe. Yep, that's it. So, I think we got to see it. We got to see it, but I'm much more interested in seeing this, something new, than what we've been seeing.
Mike, what do you think about our coach? You like Art Smith? You like his pedigree, his makeup? I feel really good about what he's shown us with a lot less talent. And I've always said the last couple of seasons when they didn't have any money, let's wait until he has some talent because I think you're going to be really surprised at how good of a coach he is.
I kind of do like him, There's just something about him. I do like him. I think we need to, now that he has some more players, then we can evaluate it. I loved his comment. I think he made the comment about, being on a limited number of scholarships is what he felt like. Because they've been digging out, really, they've been digging out. So I get that. It's hard. Sometimes you don't even live to come out the other end of that. I think he's living to come out the other end of it. They've got some talent. So, yeah, I do like him. I'm optimistic to see, I think he's definitely a good offensive coach. And the thing about the Falcons, people will sometimes criticize the Falcons for, the positions that they have valued, but I think they have a clear vision and plan of who you want to be, and that's a huge thing for any team. You can argue whether you like that vision or not, but they have a vision of who they want to be, and they're getting players to do that. And so it puts you in position to succeed when you do that.
It is Mike Sander from the Athletic Guys here on Dukes and Bell. We're always talking NFL, and you're kind of covering my next question. We were really excited about Bijan Robinson. Well, Carl went to Texas, but there was a lot of folks that wanted Jalen Carter. But this guy, to your point, it really makes this offense. It creates matchups where, whether it's 22 personnel, however you do it, we can really set the tempo. Again, but comes back to the quarterback. Quarterback's still got to be good, or does a running back just take all the pressure off of Ritter?
Well, the way they run the ball or are going to run the ball will help Ritter tremendously. I mean, just look at, look where the 49ers are in the Vegas odds and stuff. Shoot, they don't know if Purdy's going to be the quarterback, if it's going to be, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold's in there. No one's overly that worried about it because of the infrastructure they have around them with McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and the play caller and Shanahan. They just sort of know that it's probably going to look about as good as it can look because of that. So I think the back, when you have a special back, it does make a difference. And so, he could be, if he's a LaDainian Tomlinson type running back, somebody who's just truly dynamic and special and 3 downs, does it on 3 downs, helps in the passing game, all of that. And I think that totally helps the quarterback. And also, it's a rare back, really, probably, that the defense is really gearing up to, right, in game planning. I live in the Seattle area. When they had Marshawn Lynch, that helped Russell Wilson. Not just that they had a back and a good running game. Teams were defending him because he was really a special, different type of runner. You had to get multiple people on him to get him down. To me, that's different than 90% of the backs that are out there. So they signed up for, with the 8th pick, that type of back, a difference-making back. I think that does help a quarterback.
What's your quarterback tier look like? Who's in your elite class? And then who's in your franchise class? The guys that they're franchise guys. How many of these elite guys do you have? I mean, are there 4? Are there 6? Because I only think there's 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mahomes and Burrow, would have to be at the top, but I think Josh Allen's in that mix, and it falls off pretty quick after that. I think, you can see that Justin Herbert should be there, but I think you need to see a little more from him. So there's probably a division within Tier 1. I do the quarterback tiers every year, and I talk to 50 people in the league, and we're in the early stages of putting that stuff together, and that'll come out at the end of July. But I guarantee, Mahomes will be unanimous. I think Burrow's unanimous this year, too. And I think Josh Allen's going to be close to that. He really carries a lot of it for them. And it's funny, the Bills, people kind of think like, oh, it was kind of a disappointing year, whatever. They were still a top 5 team on both sides of the ball, pretty close to it. So I think he's in that mix too.
Mike, where do you have Lamar in that right now? Right now, I'm not asking. I know you're going to put this out in June, but where do you have Lamar?
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is where I have him isn't going to be where the teams have him. So what comes out later is the people in the league. For me, I think Lamar's a solid Tier 2 quarterback. I think he's around the top 10 of the league. I don't think he's in the top 5 for that. And some of that is lately the ability to stay on the field, but certainly when it gets reduced to having to throw the ball and pass the ball, without everybody gearing up against the run, it hasn't been good for their offense. How much of that is Lamar? How much of that is the scheme? We'll find out a little bit more of that this year because he has better wide receivers. He has a different coordinator. But I still think he has to prove in that area because we've seen it be exposed, playoffs and some other key times.
The uniqueness of the Dolphins situation, where, by the way, we're talking with Mike Sando, covers the NFL for The Athletic. We were just talking earlier, it's kind of spitball, and they're going to honor Tom Brady when the Dolphins play the Patriots. How do you manage the Dolphins if you're the GM there, knowing that, that sounds melodramatic, but he's one hit away from being out?
I think it's really difficult. I think, what are the odds he's going to play the whole year, right?
Slim.
They got to be really low. And what are the odds that he has a concussion during the year? You would think pretty high. That's scary because I don't know how many more you can have and keep coming back. So yeah, I'm worried for them too. I know they did the 5th-year option that gives them a fully guaranteed contract next year for over $20 million. But interesting, isn't it? It feels tenuous to me.
Right.
Mike, great job as always. Make sure you check him out, guys. Read his stuff. I can't wait till the quarterback tiers things come out because I always look forward to it and seeing what executives around the league think about these quarterbacks because there's so much invested into them. And enjoy the schedule release, Mike. We'll talk soon.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate it.
Mike Sando, guys, Athletic covers the NFL. There are some other leaks coming out, Mike. One of them says that we are going to have the Saints here in Week 12. We know that we're going to play them in Week 18. So that would be, what, a 4 or 5 week separation there?
Right. They're Week 18. Our bye week comes early, right? We think it's early?
That's the thing. We're saying we think because we go to London that the bye week may be a little bit earlier than it was last year. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We got to get to last call, man. I'm excited about the schedule release. But your chance to chime in at 404-726-0929. Our new phone number, 726-0929. All right, tonight's 3 questions, guys. It's easy. Are you excited, more excited for the NFL schedule release, Mike, after fewer leaks have been revealed this year?
Yes, Carl. It has enhanced my level of excitement.
Thank you. Are you leaning towards confidence or worry with the Braves after the bullpen blew another game last night?
I'm freaked out.
I agree. And after Mike's meeting with the snake today, what animal or critter that you've encountered is the worst to deal with? Snakes are mine. That's what I'm saying, guys. I get the creeps or the EBGBs when I run across a snake. You guys can chime in, 404-726-0929. It's tonight's last call.
time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day at 404-741-0929.
It is 404-726-0929.
Yeah, Mr. Voice, we'll get on it.
It's
Brand
Dukes
new
and,
phones.
yes, it is. Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are going to get to your last call, guys. You more excited for the NFL schedule release after fewer leaks have been revealed? I'll say this. It's like watching my favorite TV show. I don't want to know what's going to happen. I see the previews. I go, I got to make sure I see that. That's where I'm at tonight. That's where I'm going to watch and see how this shakes out. I want to see what other teams in our division are doing. Right. So I'm more excited, Mike. What about you?
I'm shivering with anticipation.
Are you leaning towards being confident or worried with the bullpen after the Braves blow another game last night?
Freaked out, like the oil light coming on the Corvette. Freaked out.
And last but not least, Mike had an encounter with a snake. What animal or critter that you encounter is the worst to deal with? Is it snakes for you, or is there something else that creeps you out?
The old, like the Jim Stafford song, I don't like spiders and snakes. Yeah, either one. I remember when I was...
Cockroaches?
Growing up in New York, that's like scenery. You just
that's no big deal?
Nah, I mean, just when you first get exposed to it, you drop like a fire extinguisher on it, and they just keep coming.
Yeah.
Like a horror movie. No, you saw cockroaches. I mean, not to put my business... Not that I put a restaurant business out there, but if you work at a restaurant near the water, you're going to see cockroaches.
Of course.
So it never really freaked me out.
Yeah, that's like the flying cockroaches we have here in Georgia. That's kind of freaky. But it could be anything, guys.
Right.
Again, critter or animal that you've encountered. All right, let's start with JT. JT, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
What's going on, JT?
As a Dolphins fan, I'm excited for the schedule release, but I'm also nervous that we don't have a serviceable backup quarterback when the inevitable happens.
It's a question.
Yeah, it is.
And as far as the Braves, I'm confident. They always come through, and Double-A, he always makes the moves that he has to make. And it's definitely snakes for me.
Right.
Snakes are terrible.
Yeah, man. And again, just when I thought it was a good snake and we let it live, now we got people saying not so sure. It may be a bad snake. Either way, whatever the snake was, it was climbing up the wall of my house. It had just eaten something.
JT, great stuff. Yeah, you said it was full. I wondered why it was so thick at in the middle.
So either it ate a chipmunk, and Ike's got the taste for chipmunks now, and it could have been. Some guys are saying snake experts he's eaten another snake.
Ooh.
Hopefully a bad one.
Patrick, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It's our last call. You more excited about the schedule release tonight?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
You know what? I have not taken my kids to a game. I used to be a season ticket holder since the Georgia Dome.
Wow.
I'm excited about this team, and I'm excited to figure out which game we're going to go to because I love our lineup. Number 2, A.J. Minter. Go hang out in the cave with Aaron Rodgers. I'm not worried, but I'm worried.
Right.
And last but not least, I think it really depends on your environment. When I was in the 82nd Airborne, we did jungle training in Panama, and the most dangerous animal was a frog because of what it secreted. But to me personally, worldwide, the most dangerous and scary animal is a woman scorned.
I was waiting for somebody to say that tonight. Yes.
That's solid.
I was going to say, what really frightens me? Well, for many years, Carl, it was commitment. That was the biggest thing. But I would put snakes to be number 2.
That's a great call. Thanks,
also, secretion is one of those words like moist.
That's true.
That just like, ugh.
Especially if the frog secretion is moist and poisonous.
Swede, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, Swede. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
What's going on, Swede?
I'm not really worried about the schedule so much. A little worried about the bullpen.
Okay.
But I have 3 things that I am frightened about. Snakes, and my ex-wife. Thank you very much.
Good job, Swede.
Yeah. Why is he? Well, she's the ex. Are you still worried?
Yeah, I mean, she's out of your life unless she's getting half your stuff. But let's more about that with John Chuckery coming up at 7.
Good call, Mike. Chris, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
What's going on, Chris?
Nothing much, man. Great show. Question number 1, I'm excited about the schedule, the way they're breaking out the games. Nobody does anything like the NFL, so I'm excited to see what's coming down the pike. As far as question number 2, I'm confident. AA is going to make a move like the other caller. I think whatever's going on, AA will get us the right bullpen if need be come trade deadline. And Carl, I'm from Dallas, Texas. If it's a rat, if it's a possum, you're about to see you do a 4-1-5-40 in the other direction. Holla.
All right, so any kind of critter, he's vamosing.
Yeah, they scare me too, man. Yeah. I mean, I don't. There's nothing worse to come across one and they're just like a possum. I told you guys the story of the possum just looking at you.
Right.
Now they're harmless and they eat all the things around your house. Seriously, like they're not trying to attack you. But when they smile, like they got sharp, wicked teeth.
Right. It's not like the Disney movie Over the Hedge.
Yeah. Hey man, appreciate you guys. Great stuff. John Chuckery's walking into the studio. We're going to find out what he's got working. Mike, tomorrow, I will tell you, we're going to be all over this schedule talking about it, and we will give you our thoughts and predictions as we do every year based on what we know right now. John, what's going on with you, man?
Man, we're getting ready for the schedule release. We got a whole bunch of people we're going to talk to. Mike Johnson's going to join us. Chris Goforth's going to join us. We'll hear from the voice of the Atlanta Falcons, Wes Durham, as well. So we'll be on from 8 to 10 as far as the schedule release show. Right. So we'll crank all of that up. So let me ask you guys a question.
Yeah, man.
I'm always having questions.
Yeah, you need a new phone number?
No.
Oh, okay.
But
I thought that was a question.
Yeah, no, I'll make sure I've got that front and center. There I had to tease it last night. I blew it. Anyway, you guys think that Desmond Ridder can throw for 25 touchdowns this year?
Well, I'll be happy with 20, but yeah, I'll take the over. The over. Yeah, 25 would be a nice round number.
Listen, in this day and age, if he comes in and he throws 15 touchdowns, that's underachieving.
Yes.
I look back early in the show just for blanks and giggles at Emmitt Smith's production and how they ran the ball up the yin-yang the first couple of years of Jimmy Johnson, and Troy Aikman hardly threw it.
I'll tease this because we'll have all kinds of stats. Matt Ryan had 9 seasons where he threw 25 or more touchdowns. The entire Falcons franchise only has 4 other seasons outside of Matt Ryan.
Wow.
It's not been a pass-happy team other than Matt Ryan and his tenure. So
good pull.
We'll talk about that tonight.
All right, stay tuned. John Chuckery's coming up. Day, let's get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Hey, thanks to all of our guests today, including Mike Santo, who jumped on and talked with us today, guys. Tomorrow, we're loaded, Mike. We're going to talk with Gonzalo Pineda. We got a special guest that's going to stop by in the 4 o'clock hour, Steve Koonin, Grant McCauley. We'll be talking about the schedule. We may chase a couple of other guys down. Who knows? It's going to be a huge Friday show.
Big Friday.
So you make sure that you are here. We'll also do our hashtag tailgate, Dukes and Bell tailgate at home. We'll tell you what we got coming up for the weekend. Man, there's a lot going on. Are you driving out Matilda this weekend?
Yes, it's the annual trip bringing Matilda from Naples up here. Then Becky takes her the final leg. Matilda bought a brand new Subaru I get to drive this time.
Oh, Mike.
With the 2 large cats in the back.
You gonna open
as she chain smokes all the way up 75.
Oh, that sounds fun. Are you going to open it up? You going to open up that Subaru?
I told her darn straight.
All right. That'll be fun. More on that tomorrow.
Going to give it to Spurs, Carl.
Yeah, I was going to say. Hey, Behind the Glass, Day and our guy, of course, Big Bo. They are Behind the Glass Engineering. Turtle, great job, executive producer. Hey, we'll be back tomorrow. 8 o'clock schedule release tonight. We'll see where this thing is at, what it looks like, but we're talking about it with you tomorrow, and we want to know what you guys think, all right? So make sure you're here. Right. Mike Bell, let's get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, the Brooklyn Nets kind of exploded like, I don't know, or imploded, however you want to put it, like nobody's business. Kevin Durant wound up in Phoenix because that's where he wanted to be.
Yeah.
And now you find out DeAndre Ayton is probably not 100% if he's going to go at all. Chris Paul's doing his usual routine in May. He's out. So it's going to probably come to nothing as Joker and the Nuggets will punch their ticket to the Western Conference Finals. And maybe Durant next year, Carl, will just have to hitch his wagon to the Warriors or some other place to chase a championship because he sure ain't going to do it by himself.
Wouldn't that be a shame if he ended up going back to the Warriors?
There's a lot of rumors about him and the Lakers. Lakers wouldn't have the money, but it'd be interesting, man. But yeah, Durant, now he's kind of like a gypsy.
Yeah, man. As we finish the show up tonight, Bijan Robinson's deal is done. Now let's get to work. The good news is it doesn't take long anymore, and guys don't hold out like they used to. You get drafted, you're slotted, you know what time it is. He's going to make a lot of money. But now it's about getting to work, and I can't wait. Hey, man, if you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
snake bite, suck out the venom.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
John Chuckery.